The Scholarship of Writing in Nursing Education, First, Canadian edition. The Scholarship of Writing in Nursing Education, First, Canadian edition. Jennifer Lapomme, Una Saint-Amant, Michelle Hughes, Andy Tan, Arina Bogdan, Francis Demaranan, Rachel Fransky, and Nada Savicevic. The Scholarship of Writing in Nursing Education, First Canadian edition, copyright 2019, by Jennifer Lapomme, Una Saint-Amant, Michelle Hughes, Andy Tan, Arina Bogdan, Francis Demaranan, Rachel Fransky, and Nada Savicevic, is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. This open-access textbook is intended to guide best practices in the journey of scholarly writing in the context of the nursing profession. This resource is designed for students in undergraduate nursing programs and may also be useful for students in other health-related post-secondary programs, graduate students, and healthcare providers. The project is supported and funded by the Ryerson University Library OER Grant. Preface or 1. About the authors. Jennifer Lapomme, Ph.D., M.N., B.Sc.N., R.N., Professor, Daphne Cockwell School of Nursing, Toronto Metropolitan University, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Una Saint-Amant, Ph.D., M.N., B.Sc.N., R.N., Assistant Professor, Daphne Cockwell School of Nursing, Toronto Metropolitan University, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Michelle Hughes, Med., B.Sc.N., R.N., Professor, School of Community and Health Studies, Centennial College, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Andy Tan, B.Sc.N., R.N., University Health Network, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Arina Bogdan, B.Sc.N., R.N., Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Francis Demaranan, B.Sc.N. student, Toronto Metropolitan, Centennial, George Brown Collaborative Nursing Degree Program, Toronto Metropolitan University, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Rachel Fransky, B.Sc.N. student, Toronto Metropolitan, Centennial, George Brown Collaborative Nursing Degree Program, Toronto Metropolitan University, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Nada Savicevic, M.A. Interactive Design, March, B.S. Seng, Educational Developer, Center for Excellence in Learning and Teaching, Toronto Metropolitan University, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Contact person: Dr. Jennifer L. Lapomme at torontomu.ca, Toronto, Ontario, Toronto Metropolitan University. 2. Or about the authors. Note to teachers using this resource: we encourage you to use this resource and would love to hear if you have integrated some or all of it into your curriculum. If you are using it in your course, please consider notifying Dr. Lapomme and include the course program and the number of students. About the authors, or 3. Advisory Committee and Consultants. Faculty Advisory Committee: Sheila Callahan, MSCN, BSCN, RN, Professor, Sally Horsfall Eaton School of Nursing, George Brown College. Corinne Hart, PhD, MHSC, BSCN, RN, Associate Professor, Daphne Cockwell School of Nursing, Ryerson University. Audrey Kenmere, MN, BSCN, RN, Professor, School of Community and Health Studies, Centennial College. Janet O'Connell, MAID, BN, RN, Professor, School of Community and Health Studies, Centennial College. Nancy Purdy, PhD, MSCN, BSCN, RN, Associate Professor, Daphne Cockwell School of Nursing, Ryerson University. Daria Romaniuk, PhD, MN, BN, RN, Associate Professor, Daphne Cockwell School of Nursing, Ryerson University. Subhashini Sivaramalingam, MS, BSCN, RN, Professor, Sally Horsfall Eaton School of Nursing, George Brown College. Student Advisory Committee. Note: although all committee members were students during the time of production, some have graduated since its publication. Calvin He, BSCN student, Ryerson, Centennial, George Brown Collaborative Nursing Degree Program, Ryerson University. Kayla Henry, BSCN, RN. Cindy Liu, BSCN student, Ryerson, Centennial, George Brown Collaborative Nursing Degree Program, Ryerson University. 4. Or Advisory Committee and Consultants. Calvin Louis, BSCN student, Ryerson Centennial, George Brown Collaborative Nursing Degree Program, Ryerson University. Dana McLean, BSCN student, Ryerson Centennial, George Brown Collaborative Nursing Degree Program, Ryerson University. Rizwana Rahman, BSCN, RN, The Hospital for Sick Children, Toronto On. Jamie Spiegel, BSCN student, Ryerson Centennial, George Brown Collaborative Nursing Degree Program, Ryerson University. Tisha Williams, BSCN student, Ryerson Centennial, George Brown Collaborative Nursing Degree Program, Ryerson University. Artist: Irina Bogdan, BSCN, RN. Librarian and Accessibility Support: Anne Ludbrook, Copyright and Scholarly Engagement Librarian, Ryerson University. Sally Wilson, Web Services Librarian, Ryerson University. Other experts: Carrie MC Namera, M.Ed., MFA, Composition Instructor, Tidewater Community College, Norfolk, VA. Advisory Committee and Consultants, or 5. Customization. This textbook is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution 4 International CC BY license, which means that you are free to share, copy, and redistribute the material in any medium or format, adapt, remix, transform, and build upon the material for any purpose, even commercially. The licensor cannot revoke these freedoms as long as you follow the license terms. Under the following terms: attribution, you must give appropriate credit, provide a link to the license, and indicate if changes were made. You may do so in any reasonable manner, but not in any way that suggests the licensor endorses you or your use. No additional restrictions. You may not apply legal terms or technological measures that legally restrict others from doing anything the license permits. Notice, you do not have to comply with the license for elements of the material in the public domain or where your use is permitted by an applicable exception or limitation. No warranties are given. The license may not give you all of the permissions necessary for your intended use. For example, other rights such as publicity, privacy, or moral rights may limit how you use the material. 6. Or customization. Attribution. Some of the content for this textbook was adapted from the following open educational resources: The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Shamie Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosevier, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 International license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd. Writing for Success 1 Stone Canadian Edition by Tara Horkoff is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4 International license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writing-for-success/.right here, right now by Dr. Paul Chafe and Aaron Tucker, with chapters from Dr. Carrie Marin, Dr. Martha Adante, Val Lem, Trina Grover, and Kelly Dermody, under a Creative Commons Attribution 4 International license. Download this book for free at pressbooks.library.ryerson.ca/right here/. For information about what was used and/or changed in this adaptation, refer to the statement at the bottom of each page where applicable. Content that is not taken from the above OER should include the following attribution statement: The Scholarship of Writing and Nursing Education, First Canadian Edition, by Jennifer L. Lapume, Una St. Amant, Michelle Hughes, Andy Tan, Irina Bogdan, Francis de Marinan, Rachel Fransky, and Nada Savicevic. Licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution 4 International license. Download this book for free at pressbooks.library.ryerson.ca/scholarlywriting/.customization or 7. Level of Organization and Learning Outcomes. Level of Organization. Chapter 1 Introduction. Chapter 2 Reading and Comprehension. Chapter 3 Information Literacy. Chapter 4 Types of Writing. Chapter 5 The Fundamentals of Writing. Chapter 6 The Writing Process and Pre-Writing. Chapter 7 Drafting and Writing a Paper. Chapter 8 Revising and Editing a Paper. Chapter 9 Academic Integrity and Style Rules. APA 7th edition. Learning Outcomes. By the end of this book, you will be able to recognize the importance of writing in the nursing profession, recognize the unique quality of the writing, approaches used in the nursing profession, apply critical reading skills when reviewing. 8. Or level of organization and learning outcomes. Literature. Analyze competencies related to scholarly writing. In nursing, differentiate the types of writing in post-secondary nursing programs. Demonstrate reflexivity in writing. Demonstrate critical appraisal of literature and writing. Demonstrate academic integrity in the scholarship of writing in nursing. Demonstrate writing skills for nursing scholarship. Level of organization and learning outcomes or 9. 10. Or level of organization and learning outcomes. Chapter 1. Introduction. Chapter 1. Introduction or 11. 12. Or Chapter 1. Introduction. Chapter 1. Learning. Objectives. By the end of this chapter, you will be able to define scholarly writing, identify the relevance of scholarly writing to nursing, identify post-secondary writing expectations. Chapter 1. Learning objectives or 13. Purpose and audience of this book. The purpose of this textbook is to facilitate your capacity for scholarly writing. No one is born a good writer. Writing is a journey that takes skill and practice. Part of this journey involves learning to read and understand scholarly writing, becoming information literate, understanding the nature and types of scholarly writing, and developing your ability to engage in the writing process. 14. Or purpose and audience of this book. Figure 1.1. The journey of scholarly writing. This textbook is written for students in university-level nursing programs. It may also be useful for students in other health-related programs, graduate students, or healthcare providers. It is designed and co-authored by students for students. It is written in second person and in a conversational tone because the authors want to. Purpose and audience of this book or 15. Engage and immerse you, the reader, in the journey to becoming a scholarly writer. However, please note that these styles are not generally used in scholarly writing. You will also notice that gender-inclusive language is used throughout. For example, the terms they and their are used purposefully as both singular and plural pronouns. See Audio Podcast 1.1 that provides an introduction about what to expect by one of the book's authors. One or more interactive elements has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view them online here, pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, P101 #OEmbed1. Audio Podcast 1.1. Introduction to Textbook 241. Helpful features. Student tips with helpful information that will guide your writing. Important phrases are bolded in the text. Some unfamiliar and complex terms are bolded in blue. Hover your cursor over the word and click on it for a definition. These terms are also included in a glossary at the end of the book. Audio podcasts from learners and experts about their journey to becoming a writer. Images and videos to help you connect with the content in a visual way. Activities to help you evaluate your knowledge. 16. Or purpose and audience of this book. Chapter summaries along with your writing journey boxes. At the end of each chapter writing, the textbook has a self-directed format and provides an interactive and engaging way for you to learn about and develop capacity in scholarly writing in the nursing context. You can review the full textbook or advance to sections that you have identified as areas you want to work on. This textbook is best viewed online in the readbook format, available through Pressbooks. The readbook format enables all accessible multimedia content. You can also download a PDF to read offline. Figure 1.2. View this textbook online. Purpose and audience of this book or 17. Introduction to Scholarly Writing. When you first enter university, you may be unfamiliar with scholarly writing. This genre of writing is associated with post-secondary education and many academic fields, including nursing. When learning to write in a scholarly way, it is important to consider both the content of your writing, what you write, and the presentation of your ideas, how you write. Figure 1.3. Scholarly Writing. Fundamentals of scholarly writing include presentation of ideas in clear, succinct, accurate, and congruent ways. Incorporation of your original thought and a critical lens. Credible evidence to support your thoughts. Attention to structure, paragraph construction, grammar. 18 or introduction to scholarly writing, language, tone, voice, audience, etc. All of these are addressed in future chapters. Scholarly writing is completely different from conversations or other types of writing. When you speak, send a text, or write in a diary, you use informal language. For example, a phone text typically lacks attention to structure and grammar, is short and conversational in tone, and may include acronyms, symbols, and emojis. These non-scholarly formats often use colloquial phrasing, familiar, everyday slang terms. More to come on that in Chapter 5. Some of you are enrolled or may choose to enroll in a writing course. If so, this book will complement your learning. The fundamentals of scholarly writing are expanded on in each chapter of this book. Introduction to Scholarly Writing, or 19. Relevance of scholarly writing to the nursing profession. Scholarly writing is a form of communication and a necessary skill that is important to the nurse's role as a clinician, professional, a leader, a scholar, an educator, and an advocate. As a student, developing skills in scholarly writing will help prepare you for your nursing role. Types of scholarly writing that you may be involved in as a nurse are: social awareness and advocacy campaigns in which you share knowledge and bring awareness to an issue or a new policy, educating and influencing people and communities. The power of writing provides a means for nurses to state their position and influence others. Nurses are involved in crafting policy ideas to influence stakeholders and government bodies on public health issues. Best practice guidelines, standards of practice, and policies. And procedures to inform nursing practice. Research grants and manuscripts for publication. Reflective practice, which is a professional expectation for nurses to demonstrate their commitment to lifelong learning and continuing competence. By reflecting on their practice, College of Nurses of Ontario, 2018. Nurses may engage in scholarly writing in ways that differ from other disciplines. For example, as noted above, nurses engage in many forms of scholarly writing, so you should be prepared to tailor the style of writing. 20 or relevance of scholarly writing to the nursing profession, to your audience and your objectives. In nursing and other health-related fields, you must incorporate evidence to support your statements. It is important that you draw from scholarly sources, such as peer-reviewed journals, as opposed to magazines or books. You need to be clear and concise, with a logical flow in your writing from point A to B. Scholarly writing allows you to develop your capacity as a communicator, a skill that transcends domains of professional and personal life. References: College of Nurses of Ontario, 2018 October. Q&A program, retrieved from www.cno.org/in/myqa/.relevance of scholarly writing to the nursing profession, or 21. Post-secondary expectations. In the post-secondary nursing environment, academic expectations differ from what you may have experienced in high school. See Table 1.1. You are expected to do more work, and managing your workload may be challenging. This book teaches you strategies for managing your time while reading and writing effectively. Along with the quantity of work, the quality of your work also changes. It is not enough to understand and summarize course material. You are expected to engage seriously with new ideas by reflecting on them, analyzing them, critiquing them, making connections, drawing conclusions, and finding new ways of thinking about a given subject. Table 1.1. Expectations for high school versus post-secondary nursing programs. 22 or post-secondary expectations. High school programs, post-secondary nursing programs. Some reading assignments may. Reading assignments are moderately be very long. You are expected to long. Teachers may set aside some come to class and lab having class time for reading and reviewing completed the readings and ready the material in depth. To engage in discussion and practice skills. Teachers often provide study guides and other aids to help you prepare for exams. Reviewing for exams is primarily your responsibility. Your grade is determined by your performance on a wide variety of assessments, including minor and major assignments. Not all assessments are writing-based. Your grade may depend on just a few major assessments. These assessments may include a combination of writing assignments and multiple-choice tests, as well as other types of evaluations. Writing assignments include personal writing and creative writing, in addition to expository writing. You are expected to engage in many types of writing, including reflective writing, summary and synthesis writing, and critical and analytic writing. The structure and format of writing assignments is generally stable over the high school years. Depending on the course, you may be asked to master new forms of writing and follow standards within the profession of nursing and other related fields. Teachers often go out of their way. Teachers expect you to identify and try to help students proactive and take steps to help who are performing poorly on yourself. If you are struggling exams, missing classes, not turning with your coursework, making in assignments, or just struggling appointment with your teacher or with the course. Often, teachers give another support person, such as a student's many second chances, learning strategist or counselor. Sounds like a lot? Remember, it is a journey to developing your post-secondary expectations or 23 ability as a scholarly writer. Engaging with this textbook is a great first step. Attribution statement. This page was remixed with our own original content and adapted from Writing for Success 1 Stone Canadian Edition by Tara Horkoff, is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writing-for-success/.24 or post-secondary expectations. Chapter Summary. This chapter has provided a brief introduction to scholarly writing and its importance to the nursing profession. You will recognize that becoming a scholarly writer is a journey that evolves over the course of your post-secondary nursing program and your career as a nurse. You may be at the beginning of this journey or partway through it. Either way, this textbook will help you along your journey. In future chapters, you will further explore how to enhance your scholarly writing ability by reading and writing. Your writing journey. By this time, you have reflected on your writing experience to date and how you have traditionally approached writing assignments. This chapter has explored the culture built around writing for scholarship in nursing. While you may have some experience writing formally or creatively, it is advantageous to learn early on in your post-secondary career how to write for scholarship. Are you a last-minute writer, or do you agonize over every sentence? This self-analysis will help you identify your current style in relation to what is needed to write in nursing. Chapter Summary, or 25, 26, or Chapter Summary. Chapter 2, Reading and Comprehension. Chapter 2, Reading and Comprehension, or 27, 28, or Chapter 2, Reading and Comprehension. Chapter 2, Learning. Objectives. By the end of this chapter, you will be able to identify effective reading skills, recognize distractions that hinder the reading process, identify techniques to critically summarize your readings. Chapter 2, Learning Objectives, or 29. Overview, Reading, and Comprehension. Now that you have been briefly introduced to scholarly writing, it is important to reflect on your own reading and comprehension skills. These skills are important to develop in order to advance your scholarly writing capacity. Comprehension is an important part of reading so that you understand and grasp the key ideas. Many strategies are available to help you read so that you optimize your comprehension. Some strategies involve taking certain steps before you start reading a text. Others involve taking notes and learning to read critically. In this chapter, you will learn about these strategies and how to critique a text and reflect and summarize as part of your journey to grasping the ideas. Let's begin. 30 or Overview, Reading and Comprehension. Reading effectively. Every time you read, you're exposed to someone else's ideas and their style of writing, word choice, vocabulary, knowledge base, use of language, etc. Reading can make you a better writer. Think about what makes a piece of writing compelling, engaging, believable, and rigorous versus dull, unconvincing, sloppy, and mediocre. Many good writers say they became better writers by reading other people's work. They try to write like those they respect and avoid making the mistakes of others. Reading effectively involves understanding, evaluating, and reflecting on a text. These skills are important because various types of literature inform nursing practice. This is what you will learn to refer to as evidence-informed nursing. So, how do you become a better reader? First, accept that becoming a good reader is a journey. Some of you have loved to read from childhood. Keep it up. Some of you have avoided reading and dread reading assignments. Don't worry, this textbook will help. There is hope, and it starts right here. P.S. Keep reading. Second, try to read different things: books, magazines, blogs, and peer-reviewed journals. Try reading things that are a little challenging for you. In nursing, you are expected to read many different types of texts, such as narratives, reflections, research articles, theory-based articles, and book chapters. So exposing yourself to a variety of texts is important. Third, learn and practice the skills of reading critically and reflecting. These will be explained later in this chapter. Fourth, have a primary goal in mind with your reading, and then break it down into numerous simple tasks or chunks of reading. It will seem less overwhelming and it will help you stay focused. Fifth, keep reading every day. The more you read and the more effectively you read, the easier it'll be, the less time it will take, and Reading effectively or 31. The more you'll enjoy the experience. See Table 2.1 for more skills related to effective reading, which will be discussed in detail later. Table 2.1 Effective reading skills. Setting, pre-reading strategies, efficiency, annotate, research, discover, reflect. Start by creating an optimal setting for reading. Pick a good time and place without distractions. Engage in pre-reading strategies, such as skimming the text, before reading the text in full. Read material efficiently, pick up a piece of material, engage actively with it, and finish. And yes, you can finish it in a reasonable amount of time and still have time to YouTube a favorite clip of yours before bed. Annotate written texts, in other words, write directly on the texts, or take notes about the main points as you read. By doing this, you enter into a discussion with the text, research or investigate concepts you don't fully understand. Work to discover the central meaning of the piece and ask yourself, what is the author's point? What is the text trying to say? How does the author create and build this meaning? Reflect on what the text means to you, internalizing the meaning. How are you responding to this text? Why are you responding this way? What does this information mean to you? Activities, check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. 32 are reading effectively. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting. P113H5P1. Attribution statement. Content from this page was organized into a table, remixed with our own original content, and adapted from with editorial changes. The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Jamie Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosevar. licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd. Reading effectively or 33. Best place and time for reading. Stop for a moment and think about yourself and the act of reading. Whether you read headlines or social media posts on a smartphone, or love to settle in with the Sunday paper, or devour stacks of hard copy books, or read only when forced to, what does reading look like for you? Check out some of the following tips as you figure out what works best for you. Consider your ideal spot for reading. Is it a favorite chair in your living room? Your bed? A coffee shop? The cool green grass in a local park? The library? What's your favorite time of day for reading? Try and find when you study best and then make use of that time. Do you read best in silence, or do you like to have music playing, be around other people, or have some other sort of active distraction? Do you prefer hard copy printed books, ebooks, or audiobooks? 34 or best place and time for reading. Figure 2.1. Best place and time to read. What works best for you? Student tip. Develop a routine. Once you've found the perfect setting and time, use it. Develop a routine of reading and studying at about the same time and in the same place as much as you can. Doing this helps the activity become a habit, and once that happens, it will be even easier and more effective. Best place and time for reading or 35. Attribution statement. This chapter is an adaptation of With Editorial Changes, The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Shamie Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosevier, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub WRD 36 or best place and time for reading. The Distracted Reader. So, you have found the best place and the best time for you to do your reading, but oh no, you become consumed with the YouTube clip showing goats yelling, "Ah!" And then, of course, you decide to check up on your friends' social media pages and some memes to cheer you up. It happens to everyone. Technology and social media are great, but these mediums can also be so distracting from your studies. On top of that, you may also have commitments that pull you in multiple directions, including pets, work, family, and friends. You can't eliminate distractions completely, but you can think about how you can best minimize the distractions that are most distracting for you. Listen to the audio podcast 2.1 by a past nursing student from Toronto Metropolitan University about strategies that she uses to minimize distractions while reading. One or more interactive elements has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view them online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/ Scholarly writing? P equal to 117 hashtag OEMed1. Audio podcast 2.1 Minimizing Distractions 259. Transcript for audio podcast 2.1 at bottom of page. The Distracted Reader or 37. Student tip. Minimize distractions. Put your smartphone in another room, or turn it off. Yes, seriously, really do it. Close all social media pages. Find a location where you won't be interrupted, such as the library or a coffee shop. You might find reading on the train or bus works for you if you have a long commute. Give yourself timed breaks. Enjoy your break however you wish, but remove all distractions when your break is done so you can refocus. Self-control apps. Need help with self-control? Many computer and phone apps can help you minimize distractions. You just need to find the ones that work for you. Talk to your peers and try some out. See Table 2.2 for some common apps that your peers talk about. Table 2.2, Self-control apps. 38 or the distracted reader. Waste no time is a popular one because you can personalize everything. You can personalize the websites you want to block and allow. You can edit the time range, define work hours, and how much time you want to allow yourself to visit the blocked sites during work hours and outside of work hours. Just Focus can help with self-control and is easily disabled by pressing a button. It can easily add websites you want to block. If you visit the blocked site, you receive an inspiring quote to motivate you to finish your work. Be Focused Focus Timer, only available on Apple products. This does not block any websites, but it allows you to customize how long you want to work and sets up breaks. This helps with knowing how much time you have focused on a task. These small actions can improve your reading and help you finish faster, so you can continue to snap your friends on Snapchat. Don't forget to add the dog filter or edit some artsy photos for your Instagram. Transcript for audio podcast 2.1 at bottom of page. Chapter 2, The Distracted Reader. There are many distractions, such as smartphones or music, that arise when it is time for you to meet each course's content. Here are a few strategies to minimize distractions, whether you are using an online or a hard copy textbook. Number 1. You can either turn off your phone, put it on Do Not Disturb, or place it in another room. Your smartphones can be your number one distraction. It holds your favorite apps, your contacts, your favorite music playlist. Thus, once you see the screen light up and messages or notifications, you pick it up right. The distracted reader, or 39. Away. So by turning it off when you pick it up, you will not see anything. By putting it on Do Not Disturb, you will not get distracted when the screen lights up. And by placing it in another room, you will not be tempted to pick it up and check your notifications. Number 2. You can use apps such as Be Focused or Waste No Time to minimize distractions. Be Focused is a free app that uses the Pomodoro technique. It uses a timer to break down tasks into 25-minute intervals. You will start with 25 minutes, then a 5-minute break, and repeats for 4 times. After that, you will be rewarded with a 15-minute break. Using this technique will help you work efficiently. Taking a frequent break will boost your motivation and keep you creative. Waste No Time is a free app that can be downloaded via Google Chrome extensions. It allows you to focus on your work for a period of time with limited internet access. But you can customize which websites you want to block, such as Facebook or YouTube. However, you can select a predetermined time on each website, for example, between 9 to 5 p.m. You select a predetermined time of 30 minutes for Facebook. Once you use it for 30 minutes, it will block you from the site, which will leave you time to focus on your readings. Waste No Time helps you manage the time that you spend on the internet and increases your productivity. Check out these apps. Number 3. Set small and manageable goals. Our brain does not usually retain its efficiency for long periods of time, so small goals will allow you to finish quicker, allowing you to be consistently productive. These 3 strategies will help you minimize distractions from your reading. Try them out. 40% or the distracted reader. Learning preferences. Over the course of your program, you will use a variety of learning styles. It is useful to think about your preferences for certain learning styles, but also be open to all learning styles so that you can become a better reader and better writer. Do you prefer reading text, looking at images, listening to a lecture, and/or engaging in an activity? Most people have 1 or 2 styles of learning that they prefer and help them make sense of new information. Sometimes your learning style is influenced by what you are learning. You will most likely draw upon many learning styles during your studies, but it is important to consider how you best learn and think about how you can apply this to read and write efficiently and effectively. See Figure 2.2 for a visual depiction of common learning styles, learning preferences, or 41. Figure 2.2, Learning Styles. Figuring out your learning style preferences. To figure out what learning styles you prefer, think about how you best learn something in your day-to-day life. For example, how did you first learn to drive a car? If you don't have your license yet, imagine learning to drive a car. What might best work for you? See Table 2.3 to help you identify your learning style preferences and how this relates to your nursing education. But really, don't limit yourself to one style. Table 2.3, Types of learner in the context of nursing. 42, or learning preferences. Type of learner relation to nursing. You might be a visual learner if you begin by reading the driver's handbook so you can figure out the rules of the road, paying attention to the images so that you know what all of the road signs mean. Do you think this is how you would best learn? If you are a visual learner, you should refer to or create visual formats while you are reading. During your nursing courses, you may want to draw tables, images, and diagrams as you study. You might also engage in note-taking in visual ways, such as highlighting key points and circling and/or underlining words. In the laboratory setting, you will most likely learn best when observing demonstrations by your instructor or observing a nursing skill being performed, such as how to give a medication to a client. You might be a verbal learner if you read the whole book, might even read it out loud, and then ask questions and engage in discussion with a person about how to drive like an expert. Does this capture how you learn best? As a verbal learner, you will probably start learning by reading and note-taking. However, you will really advance your learning by engaging in discussion with your peers and your instructors in nursing lectures and labs. This kind of discussion allows you to verbally process and make sense of the information. Therefore, you might benefit from participating in study groups. You might be an auditory learner if you listen to podcasts about how to drive or ask your parents or someone else who is a good driver to explain the rules of the road and how to work a car. Of course, don't ask your parents if they are not good drivers. Is this how you best learn? You will want to take advantage of attending all of your class lectures, because as an auditory learner, you learn best by listening. It is always more effective to do your reading first, and then use lectures to further make sense of and understand the key learning concepts. You will also have some opportunities, albeit limited, to listen to nursing books. Usually this happens in a course where books or online modules are accessed online and have built-in audio or video components. Another example is listening to podcasts, learning preferences, or 43. You might be a kinesthetic learner if you get inside the car and try to figure out what the buttons and gadgets mean. Do and if you start by driving in a parking lot with an expert beside you. Does this sound like the way you best learn? As a kinesthetic learner, you will probably love courses that have lab components and clinical placements because you will have the opportunity to engage in the physical practice of skills, such as hand washing, bed making, taking vital signs, etc. Kinesthetic learners tend to learn best through hands-on practice as opposed to sitting and listening in a lecture. As you are reading, think about ways to keep your hands moving, highlighting key information, taking notes, and designing your own study aids, including key nursing tips or flashcards related to specific activities. For example, in Year 2, you might want to create medication cards identifying the therapeutic use of medications and adverse effects. Activities, check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, P206 #H5P2. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, P=206 #H5P3. 44 or learning preferences. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, P=206 #H5P4. Learning preferences are 45. Types of text you are expected to read. In university nursing programs, much of your time will be spent interacting with texts of all types, lengths, and delivery methods. In academic terms, text refers to anything that conveys a set of meanings to the person who examines and/or creates it. You might have thought that texts were limited to written materials such as articles, books, magazines, and newspapers. Those items are indeed texts. But so are movies, paintings, television shows, songs, political cartoons, online materials, advertisements, maps, works of art, and even rooms full of people. If you can observe something, explore it, find layers of meaning in it, and draw information and conclusions from it, you are observing a text. As a student in a university nursing program, the most common types of text that you are exposed to are peer-reviewed journal articles, books, and gray literature. Check out Table 2.4. Table 2.4, Types of Nursing Texts. 46 are types of texts you are expected to read. Type relevance. Peer-reviewed journal articles. Articles in these types of journals have undergone a rigorous and usually anonymous peer review, meaning that experts in the field have reviewed the manuscript for quality. Articles can be classified as primary or secondary. Primary articles are considered the original source of material. These sources usually include research articles and sometimes personal reflections. Secondary articles include literature that refers to the original source material. These usually include review articles that focus on multiple studies. These journal articles are typically the best types of text used to support your scholarly writing, as these sources are considered to be of high quality. Oftentimes, you are required to use primary sources. Books are hard copy or electronic resources that are often used in courses as required reading material. Some books are peer-reviewed, but most are not. Most books are considered secondary sources. Use of books to support your scholarly writing tends to be inferior to a peer-reviewed journal article because books are secondary sources, and sometimes the quality and current relevance are questionable. However, there are times when books are considered a seminal text and provides a detailed description of a concept or theory. Gray literature includes various types of texts that are produced outside of academic channels. Examples include governmental documents, speeches, policies, blogs, websites, and newsletters. Most would categorize World Health Organization guidelines, College of Nurses Standards of Practice, and Registered Nurses Association of Ontario Best Practice Guidelines as gray
literature. These types of texts may go through a version of peer review, but it is typically not anonymous. This type of literature is sometimes used in scholarly writing. particularly when discipline-specific knowledge and statistics are necessary. Types of texts you are expected to read, or 47. Activity, check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, P=208 #H5P5. Attribution statement. This page was remixed with our own original content. The introductory paragraphs are adapted from The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Shami Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosier, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd. 48 are types of texts you are expected to read. Pre-reading strategies. You should start with pre-reading before you do an in-depth read of the text. Pre-reading will give you an overall picture of what to expect and what the author wants you to know at the end of the reading. Before you begin, develop a clear purpose for your reading. Consider the purpose within the overall context of the course and concepts discussed in class. Keep in mind, how does this reading relate to any writing you may need to do for an assignment? Figure 2.3, Pre-reading Strategies. Consider these steps in pre-reading. Start by considering the title. A good title will inform you. Pre-reading strategies, or 49. About the text content and what's coming up. Look at the authors' names. Have you heard of the authors? Do you know anything about them? In year one, you probably won't be familiar with many authors in the nursing field, but over time, you will get a sense of common and credible authors. If you don't know the author, check out whether they're from a reputable institution. You can always Google them to look for more details. If available, read the abstract. The abstract provides a brief summary of the text and is often found at the start of a journal article. Skim through the article looking for headings or pullouts. Content that is pulled off to one side or highlighted in a box. Headings often give clues about the text's content and can show you how the subject has been divided into sections. Look for images, photographs, charts, graphs, maps, or other. Illustrations. Images and their captions often provide valuable information about the topic. Most academic texts and essays follow a fairly similar structure, including beginning every paragraph with a strong, focused topic sentence, which is the main point. You can often get a quick understanding of a text by simply reading the first sentence in every paragraph. Some authors may use the second sentence as their topic sentence. If you notice this pattern, focus on reading the second sentence in each paragraph. Some people suggest reviewing the reference list so that you can get an understanding of the author's sources and identify any sources that could be more relevant. After working through the above suggestions, see if you can figure out the main purpose of a text simply by pre-reading. If the pre-reading has worked well, giving you clues to the text content, your actual in-depth reading will be easier and more effective. You will. 50% or pre-reading strategies. Also begin reading with your curiosity already aroused, which is a great way to start. Activities. Check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, P=408 #H5P6. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, P=408 #H5P7. Attribution statement. This page was remixed with our own original content and adapted from Pre-reading strategies, or 51. The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Shami Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosier. Licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd. 52 are pre-reading strategies. Reading the article in full. Now that your pre-reading is done, you have an overall sense of what to expect when you read the text in full. What's involved in doing a close reading of the full text? Keep reading and you'll find out. Close reading. Close reading allows you to concentrate and make decisions about what is relevant and what is not. Its main purpose is to help ensure that you understand what you are reading and to help you store information in a logical and organized way so that it is easier for you to recall the information when you need to. Close reading is a necessary strategy in university nursing programs for the following reasons. You can effectively summarize what you read by identifying the main concepts, points, key details, and their relationships with one another. You read as if you were going to be tested on it immediately. Upon completion, so recall is important. Your ability to answer essay questions improves because the concepts are more organized and understood rather than merely memorized. You become more confident because your understanding improves, which in turn increases your enjoyment. Reading the article in full or 53. Identify the main point. Regardless of what type of text you are assigned to read, your primary comprehension goal is to identify the main point, the most important idea that the writer wants to communicate and usually states early on. Finding the main point gives you a framework to organize the details presented in the reading and to relate the reading to concepts you have learned in class or through other reading assignments. After identifying the main point, you will find the supporting points, details, facts, and explanations that develop and clarify the main point when the text is complex. At the far end of the reading difficulty scale are journal articles and scholarly books. These types of texts are common in nursing. Because these texts are aimed at a specialized, highly educated audience, the authors presume their readers are already familiar with the topic. The language and writing style is sophisticated and sometimes dense. In this context, it can be helpful to read slowly and to pause and reread sections that you don't understand. Also, have a dictionary nearby to look up unfamiliar words. In your nursing program, expect to come across a lot of new terminology. You might even create a list of unfamiliar terms to help you remember them the next time you encounter them. 54, or reading the article in full. Figure 2.4, have a dictionary nearby. Student tip, dictionary. Pay attention to details. Although identifying the main point is important, for some nursing readings, you will also need to identify precise details and step-by-step processes. These detailed processes are important when learning about skills such as reading the article in full or 55, how to do a physical assessment of a client's skin, or taking a health history related to a client's immunization status. Attribution statement. This page was remixed with our original content and with editorial changes adapted from Writing for Success One Stone Canadian edition by Tara Horkoff is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial, Share Alike 4 International license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writingforsuccess/.56 or reading the article in full. Note-taking. The objective of note-taking is to help you enter a discussion with the text, make sense of the reading, and think about how it applies to your nursing practice. You can take notes in many ways when reading, such as annotating and dialectic note-taking, detailed on the next pages. These two methods of note-taking are done differently, but both help you achieve the same objective. Both methods involve identifying key points of the text and highlighting elements that did not make sense to you or that you have questions about. Note-taking, or 57. Annotating. Annotating involves physically adding notes to the text that you are reading. As a nursing student, you are expected to read all sorts of unfamiliar texts detailing thought-provoking, upsetting, interesting, and important information that will influence how you think and how you practice as a nurse. The level of detail in your note-taking may vary if you are reading and taking notes about the step-by-step process involved in hand washing for infection control purposes versus the importance of empathy in nursing. How you go about taking notes also depends on the subject and the level of detail required, what works best for you, whether you are reading a hard copy or an e-text. Writing in your textbooks or on articles as you read is a powerful strategy for engaging with a text and entering into a discussion with it. You might jot down questions and ideas as they come to you. You might highlight or underline important or key points, circle words you don't understand, and use your own set of symbols to highlight portions that you feel are important. You might also use sticky notes to write down points or identify how the reading relates to your clinical practice. Capturing these ideas as they occur to you is important because they may play a role not just in understanding the text better, but also in your assignments. If you don't make notes as you go, today's great observation will likely become tomorrow's forgotten detail. Many people are more likely to remember something if they write it down. See Figure 2.5 for an example of an annotated text. 58 or annotating. Figure 2.5, example of an annotated text. Reading online. Annotating in some way is still important if you are reading online. You can do this in a few ways. Take notes on paper. Use a digital text editor or PDF editor to highlight text and make notes. Another option is using Hypothesis. This tool allows you to annotate an online text. Depending on your preference, you can set it so that your annotations are private, only accessible to you, or public. Anyone using this tool can read your comments. Annotating or 59. Check out https web hypothesis ideas. Figure 2.6 hypothesis ideas attribution statement. This page was remixed with our original content and with editorial changes, adapted from The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Jamie Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosier. Licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd. 60 or annotating. Dialectic note-taking. A dialectical approach to taking notes sounds much more complicated than it is. Dialectic just means a dialogue, a discussion between two or more voices trying to figure something out. Whenever you read new material, particularly material that is challenging in some way, it can be helpful to take dialectic notes to create clear spaces for organizing different sets of thoughts. Start by drawing a vertical line down the middle of a fresh sheet of paper to make 2 long columns. Leave some space at the bottom of the page. Table 2.5 provides an overview of what you should put in the left and right column. It's a good idea to leave space at the bottom of the page, or on the back, for additional notes about this piece or cite the source. Table 2.5, Dialectic Note-Taking. Left column, Main Ideas. This column is a straightforward representation of the main ideas in the text you are reading. For example, what are the author's main points in this section? What kind of support is the author using in this section? Other points of significant interest. Note the source and page number, if any, so that you can find and document this source later. You can directly quote these points, but write these down as you encounter them, not later. If you quote directly, use quotation marks. Dialectic note-taking, or 61. RT. Also take a look at Table 2.6 for an example of dialectic note-taking, which demonstrates how to document the main ideas of a text in your comments. Table 2.6, example of dialectic note-taking. Main ideas, my comments. Main blood pressure BP methods. Manual and automatic. Both arms measurement should be within 10 millimeters Hg. Sitting position with feet flat on floor. Bare arm at heart level and resting for 5 minutes before measurement. Accurate cuff size based on the person's arm. Width of cuff, 40% of the person's arm circumference. Length of cuff's bladder is 80 to 100% of the person's arm circumference. See video. Palpate brachial artery firmly 2 centimeters. Medially from bicep tendon and 2-3 centimeters above antecubital fossa. Place cuff over bare arm with artery. Marker aligned with the artery. We'll need to figure out where to place the client's arm, for example, on a table. How much pressure? Does firm pressure involve? I've had my BP taken and the healthcare provider took it over my clothing. How come? Talk with teacher. About how to pronounce sphygmomanometer? Need to rewatch. Video when I get a chance? Does it hurt to have your BP taken? Source? Lapum J, Vercool M, Garcia W, Saint Amant, O, and Tanit 2018. Vital sign measurement across the lifespan. First Canadian edition. Retrieved from pressbooks.library.ryerson.ca/.vital-sign. Once you have this set of dialectic notes, there are several ways you can use them. For example, these notes can help you contribute to class discussion about 62, or dialectic note-taking. This piece, and the topics it addresses, significant questions you encountered while reading, are already written down and collected in one place so you don't have to sift through the reading again to find them. Your observations and thoughts about the piece are already organized, which can help you see patterns and connections within those observations. Finding these connections can be a strong starting point for written assignments. If you are asked to respond to this piece in writing, these notes can serve as a reference point as you develop a draft. They can give you new ideas if you get stuck and help keep the original connections you saw when reading fresh in your mind as you respond more formally to that reading. Activities. Check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, P=218, #H5P8. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, P=218, #H5P10, dialectic note-taking, or 63. Attribution statement. With editorial and formatting changes, content from this page was adapted from The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Jamie Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosier, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd 64 or dialectic note-taking. Reading critically, reading as a writer, and reading critically are helpful when entering into a scholarly discussion with a text. It begins with learning to think critically. Check out the video below and consider what new ideas were presented that will help you get more out of your assigned readings. Watch this video about critical thinking 738. Reading as a writer means approaching a text with a variety of tools that help prepare you to write about it. Tools can include reviewing related assignments or lectures prior to reading, specific note-taking methods while reading, and ways of thinking about and organizing the information after completing the reading. You will learn to read through the writer's eyes, seeking to understand the deeper, interwoven meanings layered within a text. For example, how you read and the types of notes that you take will be influenced by whether you will be required to write a summary, or a critical analysis, or a personal reflection on a text after you read it. If your instructor asks you to write a personal reflection, it is important that you pay attention to how the text affects you as you read. Sometimes you need to have a more critical eye as you read. When critically reading, you should grapple with and immerse yourself into the text to fully interact with it. You might do some or all of the following. Analyze the structure of the piece. What kind of organization? Does it follow? Where is the thesis? What types of sentences and language are used? How are the paragraphs structured? Reading critically, or 65. Analyze the text itself, exploring its content and its use of. Rhetoric, that is how it uses language to make its message effective. Capture the text's main points by summarizing its meaning. Critique the text to assess its quality, believability, and effectiveness. Reach conclusions, make inferences about the text. Combine your own ideas with the textual analysis too. Synthesize new ideas and insights. Ask yourself how the text relates to what you are studying or your clinical practice. The next section shows you how to critique a text. Attribution statement. Content from this page was remixed with our original content and revised and adapted from The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Jaime Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosier. Licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd 66% reading critically. Critiquing a text. When you critique a text, you evaluate it, ask it questions. Some people think of critique as being negative or mean, but in the academic sense, doing a critique is not the least bit negative. Rather, it's a constructive way to explore and understand the material you're working with. The origin of the word means to evaluate, and through your critique, You engage in a deep evaluation of a text. When you critique a text, you interrogate it. Check out Figure 2.7, which illustrates reflective questions that you may ask yourself. For example, sometimes you want to consider the emotional impact of a text on your thinking. Figure 2.7, interrogating the text. When you critique, your own opinions and ideas become part of critiquing a text, or 67, the textual analysis. You question the text, you argue with it, and you delve into it for deeper meanings. To get you started, see Table 2.7 for a few ideas to consider when critiquing a text. When you critique, bring in content from the text, textual evidence to support your ideas while writing for assignments. Table 2.7, critiquing a text. 68 are critiquing a text. Item. Main point summary. Do the authors make their main point successfully? Is the point made consistently throughout the text, or does it wander at any point? What information does the author provide to support the central idea? Making a list of each point will help you analyze. Hint, each paragraph should address one key point, and all paragraphs should relate to the text's central idea. What kind of evidence does the author use? Is it based more on fact or opinion, and do you feel those choices are effective? Where does this evidence come from? Are the sources credible? Was evidence used correctly, without manipulation? Does the text flow make sense? Is the line of reasoning logical? Are there any gaps? Are there any spots where you feel the reasoning is flawed in some way? Are the author's statements clear? Is anything confusing? What worked well in the text? What was lacking or failed completely? Linked to nursing. The use of evidence, particularly research evidence, is important in most types of scholarly writing in nursing and other health-related disciplines. Evidence provides support for the claims made in writing. This is important considering that these claims may lead to potential practice and policy changes. Thus, you need to be prepared to evaluate the quality of evidence used. Tone. Describe the tone in the piece. Is the text's tone and language appropriate? Is it friendly? Authoritative? Does it lecture? Is it sarcastic? Do the authors use simple language, or is it full of jargon? Does the language feel positive or negative? Identify aspects of the text that create the tone. Spend some time examining these and considering how and why they work. Jargon, for example. Complex medical language can be quite common in nursing and other health-related disciplines. Critiquing involves evaluating whether the source's tone is appropriate for the audience. Is the text written for a person with health-related expertise? Is the text written for a student? Is the text written for a client? Critiquing a text, or 69. Emotion, objectivity. Do the authors appeal to your emotions? Do the authors use any controversial words in the headline or the article? Do these affect your reading or your interest? Are the authors objective, or do they try to convince you to have a certain opinion? Why do the authors try to persuade you to adopt this viewpoint? If the authors are biased, does this interfere with the way you read and understand the text? Note that an author may be subjective or unbiased or unreasonable. Every type of writing and tone can be used for a specific purpose. By identifying these techniques and considering why the authors are using them, you will begin to understand more about the text. The use of emotions and objectivity or subjectivity depends on the purpose of the writing. For example, prompting the reader's emotion may be very important if the authors are writing an editorial for a newspaper about the lack of funding in pediatrics and mental health. On the other hand, an objective viewpoint that highlights the evidence may be important if the authors are writing a policy paper about needed funding in pediatrics for mental health resources. These decisions are often based on the target audience. Response to response is important too. How did you respond to the Consider in Nursing Considering piece? Did you like it? Did it appeal that the texts appeal and to you? Could you identify with it? Believability will influence whether. Do you believe the authors? Do you decide to include a source and you accept their thoughts and your own writing and whether the ideas? Why or why not? Sources' claim will influence your practice. Cultural context. What is the cultural context of the text? And cultural context is a fancy way of asking who is affected by the ideas and who stands to lose or gain if the ideas take place. When you think about this, think of all kinds of social and cultural variables, including age, gender, occupation, education, race, ethnicity, religion, economic status, etc. These social and cultural variables are important in nursing, considering the diversity of clients, families, and practitioners. 70 or critiquing a text. Activities. Check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting P = 222 #H5P211. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting P = 222 #H5P212. Attribution statement. Content from this page was remixed with our original content, and with editorial and formatting changes. Content from this page was adapted from The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Jamie Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosevier. Licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial. Critiquing a text or 71. For international license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd. 72 or critiquing a text. Reflecting and summarizing. Whenever you finish a bit of reading, it's worth taking time to stop and reflect on it. Part of your reflection should involve concisely summarizing the main points. This summarizing will help you think about the content and what it means to you, and also help you remember the main points later so you can apply them in other reading and writing situations. Here are some ideas for post-reading reflection. Write in a personal reading journal, a good way to use. Journals is to write a quick summary of the reading immediately after you have finished. Capture the main points and explore any questions you had or any ideas that were raised. Write a 1-minute paper. Take 1 minute to jot down a few sentences about something you learned or discovered while reading, or ask yourself a question about the reading and write an answer. If applicable, refer back to the learning objectives, outcomes at the start of the reading or related to the week's content of the course the reading is related to. Document your reflections related to these objectives' outcomes. Many times, the purpose of your reading is to shift you into writing a paper or completing an assignment. Thus, you need to consider synthesizing the ideas in your summary and your other writing. To synthesize means to combine ideas to create a completely new idea. The new idea becomes the conclusion you have drawn from your reading. This is the true beauty of reading. It helps you weigh ideas, compare, judge, think, and explore, and then arrive at a moment that you hadn't known before. You begin with a simple summary. Work through analysis, evaluate using critique, and then move on to synthesis. Reflecting and summarizing, or 73. Student tip: reflection. It's a good idea to reflect on the question, how do I want this reading to influence my thinking and practice as a nurse? This is an important question, considering that you will often be reading about theoretical and empirical ideas related to nursing knowledge and practice. For example, you may read about how to develop therapeutic relationships with clients and families or how to communicate with clients who are aggressive. When you finish reading a text, think about this and document your reflections related to how your reading will guide your practice in the clinical setting. Activity: check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here, pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting P = 224 #H5P213. 74 or reflecting and summarizing. Attribution statement. Content from this page was remixed with our original content and with editorial changes adapted from The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Jamie Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosevier. Licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd. Reflecting and summarizing, or 75. Troubleshooting your reading. Sometimes reading may seem difficult. You might have trouble getting started, or other challenges will surface. Here are some troubleshooting ideas. Click on the ones that apply to you and check out the suggestions. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, p = 226 #H5P-9. Students are often reluctant to seek help. They feel like doing so marks them as slow, weak, or demanding. The truth is, every learner occasionally struggles. If you are sincerely trying to keep up with the course reading but feel like you are in over your head, seek help. A great first step is to seek clarification from your peers, because they can share their interpretations about the readings, and together, you can engage in further critical discussions about course content. Additional tips include speaking up in class, scheduling a meeting with your instructor, or accessing the learning resources offered at your university. 76. Or troubleshooting your reading. Student tip. Are you having problems reading? If you are, identify and work to manage these problems as early in the semester as you can. Instructors respect students who are proactive about their own learning. Most instructors will work hard to help students who make the effort to help themselves. Do not let things slide and then promise yourself, I will do better next week. When next week comes, the accumulated undone tasks will seem even more intimidating, and you will find it harder to get them done. Attribution statement. Content for troubleshooting was edited and adapted from The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Jamie Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosier, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub, WRD. Content for the student tip box was revised and adapted from Writing for Success One Stone Canadian Edition by Tara Horkoff is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial. Troubleshooting Your Reading, or 77. Share alike 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writingforsuccess/.78 or Troubleshooting Your Reading. Chapter Summary. Developing reading skills is the first step to advancing your scholarly writing capacity. This chapter has provided you with skills to develop your reading and comprehension. In nursing programs, you will be exposed to unfamiliar and complex terminology in your readings, so you'll be engaging in a new type of reading. Consider how to be a critical reader and learn how to critique literature. Reading lots, reading daily, and reading from diverse sources will also help you advance your writing skills. Your writing journey. Not sure where to start? Start by consulting what is already known on the topic. Academics often refer to the literature, meaning information already written by others. While you may be tempted to just start writing your assignment, it is always a good idea to start by consulting what is already known. This will really pay off later. It will deepen your thinking and help you understand your topic in a more nuanced way. By learning to read and comprehend effectively, you will identify gaps in your understanding, and ultimately, this will be reflected in your writing. As you consult the literature, try to organize your thoughts by jotting down main insights or questions that emerge. Chapter Summary, or 79. 80, or Chapter Summary. Chapter 3, Information Literacy. Chapter 3, Information Literacy, or 81. 82. Chapter 3, Information Literacy. Chapter 3, Learning. Objectives. By the end of this chapter, you will be able to describe information literacy, identify search methods to research topics, evaluate the quality of texts, differentiate between various types of sources. Chapter 3, Learning Objectives, or 83. Overview, Information, Literacy. You probably know the words information and literacy, but the term information literacy may be unfamiliar. Simply put, information literacy means having the skills to competently evaluate various types of knowledge. See Figure 3.1. Figure 3.1. Information literacy, becoming information literate, is a professional expectation. You are expected to seek new information, knowledge, and best practices for use in the provision of nursing care. College of Nurses of Ontario, 2014, P7. Information literacy is an important skill because there are vast quantities and varying qualities of nursing and health-related information. At times, the information that you discover through literature searches may be contradictory. As a nurse, you need to determine whether the information you are reviewing is high quality, reliable, and relevant to your practice. Additionally, clients and their families will sometimes ask you about something they have heard about from friends or found on the 84 or Overview Information Literacy web or heard on the news. You need to know how to sift through information and critically evaluate it. Figure 3.2. Using information literacy skills, you will use information literacy skills to evaluate the quality and relevance of information. Ultimately, information literacy is a combination of skills that involves recognizing when information is needed, identifying relevant information, searching and locating the information, evaluating the information. In this chapter, you will learn how to become information literate. Overview. Information Literacy or 85. Reference. CNO 2014. Entry to Practice Competencies for Registered Nurses. Retrieved from www.cno.org/globalassets/docs/reg/.41037 entry-to-parasitic.final.pdf. 86 or Overview. Information Literacy. Finding text. Finding and using quality texts is an important component of information literacy and vital to nursing and other health-related practices. For example, if you are learning to take blood pressure, you should read a text authored by someone who has expertise in doing so and is familiar with the best evidence. This person might be someone with multiple degrees and expertise in nursing practice. If you are learning about how to best care for someone who is dying, you might want to read a text authored by an expert practitioner and researcher in this field. Texts that include and/or are authored by clients and families may provide personal narratives that inform your writing and practice. A starting point to finding quality texts is to physically or virtually visit the library and check out the library, website, and resources such as workshops that you can access. Finding texts or 87. Figure 3.3. University bookshelves. 88 or finding texts. Researching the topic. Many written assignments in your nursing program will require you to research your topic before drafting and writing your paper. Although researching a topic is not the main focus of this book, here are a few ideas related to this stage of your journey to becoming a writer. Consult library resources. There are many workshops you can participate in and online resources such as research guides, information sheets, and tutorials that you can access on the library website. As an example, check out the Toronto Metropolitan University Library Resources, Research Help Guide, or check out your own library research. Resources. Talk to librarians. They have a wealth of information about how to research topics. Librarians can teach you how to best use literature search tools such as databases and search engines that organize the information that you will be looking for throughout your nursing program. As part of your post-secondary education, you will have free access to these search engines and many articles and resources. Take a research course during your post-secondary nursing education that will further expose you to researching your topic. Think about your research journey as an ongoing and iterative process in which you move back and forth between the stages. See Figure 3.4. You begin by choosing a topic, then brainstorm relevant keywords to search in the databases, and then evaluate your resources. Now, you need to reflect on and develop skills in how to identify keywords and search databases. Researching the topic or 89. Research is an ongoing process. Choose, refine your topic. Evaluate your resources. Is it right for your project? If you're not sure, talk to a reference librarian. Brainstorm keywords. These will help you in your database searches later. Choose a database. Databases search exactly what you type, so choose your search terms carefully. 90% or researching the topic. UBC A Place of Mind. JSTOR. learningcommons.ubc.ca Learn. Figure 3.4. Research is an ongoing process by UBC Learning Commons. learningcommons.ubc.ca. Creative Commons Attribution Sharealike 4 International License. Retrieved from learningcommons.ubc.ca a/student-toolkits/library research/un.tips to consider as you research. Here are a few tips for you to consider as you are researching a topic, choosing keywords, and searching the various databases. Search specific peer-reviewed journals and review the issues and volumes of that journal. Become familiar with common databases to search for. Information related to a topic. In nursing, common databases include CINAHL, Medline, ProQuest Nursing, and Evidence-Based Medicine (EBM) reviews. More information can be found at Top Databases for Nursing. Decide on the keywords to search. For example, if you are writing a paper about nursing interventions related to helping patients manage stress, you might search keywords such as stress management with a related word such as coping. Check out this link to help. You reflect on keywords to help you narrow your search to a specific concept. You can also look at the keywords used by the authors in the journal articles that you are reviewing. Researching the topic, or 91. Search operators. Search operators are tools to help you optimize your searches. Senior level students will tell you that they wish they had known about this in year 1. Figure 3.5. Senior student using search operators. Search operators including Boolean operators and, or, and not, as well as truncation and quotation marks are so important. See Table 3.1 for a description and examples on how to use these operators. You might also want to use parentheses, what you might refer to as round brackets, to group similar terms that you are searching. Here is an example: older or elderly, and isolation or loneliness and illness. For more information about conducting a more efficient and effective search with various search operators, check out the following film clip about Boolean operators, quotation marks, and the asterisk star symbol. 92 or search operators. Online research, tips for effective search strategies, 304. Table 3.1, search operators. Search operators are 93. Operator examples. And in capital letters, and is used to combine terms so that your search reveals sources that have both terms in it. You might be interested in searching for articles about compassion in nursing. You don't just want to find articles related to nursing only or compassion only. You can search nursing and compassion to find sources that use both terms, or in capital letters, or is used to combine more than one keyword that you are interested in, and both words have similar meanings. But note that both words won't necessarily be in the articles together. You might be interested in searching for articles related to young people, and you are aware that this term has many related words. You can search youth or adolescents or teenagers to find sources that have at least one of these search terms, but don't necessarily include all 3 search terms. Not. In capital letters, not is used to filter out certain keywords that you are not interested in. You might be interested in dance therapy, but not interested in certain types of dance. You can search dance therapy, not hip-hop, not ballroom, to find sources about all types of dance therapy except hip-hop and ballroom. Truncation. You might be interested in all sources. Use the asterisk star at the related to nursing, but are aware that end of a word, if you are, there are many variations in how this interested in a word with word ends. You can search nurs to variations or alternate endings. Find sources using terms including nurse, nursing, and nurses. You can use quotation marks to find quotation marks specific phrases. For example, if you are, use quotation marks interested in chronic diseases surrounding phrasing to group specifically, and not just all diseases, words together, so that then you should place quotation marks. Individual words are not found surrounding chronic diseases. This separately will ensure that other types of sources related to chronic only or diseases only are excluded. 94% or search operators. See Figure 3.6 for an example of a search done using Boolean operators and or. Stress or anxiety, and coping, not medication, new SEM advanced. Clear filters. Refine your search online items only. Scholarly and peer review, open access, library catalog, content type, journal article, 25,120, dissertation, thesis, 4,599, book review, 3,177, publication, 861, 30,755 results, sorted by relevance, Add results beyond your library's collection. The relationship among young adult college students. Depression, anxiety, stress, demographics, life satisfaction, and coping by Mahmoud Jihan Saber Raja, Staten Ruth Topsy, Hall Lynn A. Moore, Issues in Mental Health Nursing 2 2012, Volume 33, Issue 3. In this paper, we examine the relative importance of coping style, TE satisfaction, and selected demographics in predicting undergraduates' depression, anxiety, and stress. Journal article, online items only. More information cities, cited by related articles. More publication date. Disaster Awareness and Coping, Impact on Stress, Anxiety, and Depression by Lee Yoom, Lee H. Perspectives in Psychiatric, CAM. 4, 2010, Volume 55, Issue 2. Disasters have generated fear and anxiety in the general population and have caused extensive damage. Specifically, the sinking of the open access Seoul ferry in 2014 generated Inalartini Ninahem Onel. Figure 3.6, search using Boolean operators. Activities, check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, p = 360 hashtag H5P to 26. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. Search operators or 95. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, p = 360 hashtag H5P to 27. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, p = 360 hashtag H5P to 28. 96 or search operators. Evaluating quality. Evaluating your sources is critical to the process of academic research. One common tool is called CRAPE. Yes, you read that correctly. The CRAPE test is an evaluation tool that helps you determine a source's quality and provides you with a way to analyze your sources and determine if they are appropriate for your research. You will come across various versions of CRAPE, but for the purposes of this chapter, the acronym stands for C, Currency R, Relevance A, Authority A, Accuracy P, Purpose, Point of View. Evaluating quality, or 97. Figure 3.7, Dissecting CRAPE. Time to dissect CRAPE a bit more. 98% are evaluating quality. The CRAPE test uses a series of questions that address specific evaluation criteria like the authority and purpose of the source. This test should be used for all of your sources. It is not intended to make you exclude any sources, but to help you analyze how to use them to support your own arguments. You will find that some sources are of such low quality that it wouldn't be helpful to your argument if you use them. See Table 302 for an overview of the CRAPE test. Table 302, Overview of the CRAPE test. Evaluating quality, or 99. Criteria relation to nursing. FIG, URE3, 8 SEARCHONHOWMAN 100, or evaluating quality. C equal to currency, the timeliness of the information. When was the information published or posted? Based on this date, will the material accurately reflect your topic? Has the information been revised or updated? Does your topic require current information, or will older sources work as well? What is considered current, and how current does a resource have to be? This is a complex question. Some say a current text was written within 5 years, and some say within 10 years. If currency is not noted in your assignment guidelines, ask your instructor. Currency will vary based on the topic. There are evolutions in knowledge that inform thinking and practices based on the most current research. For example, if you are exploring cannabis use in Canada, the currency of this information is important because so much has changed in the last few years. For this topic, you would probably search for texts produced within the last 1 or 2 years to ensure currency. Sometimes, you'll also need to consider seminal literature. This type of literature refers to a pivotal study or theoretical article that is foundational to a discipline. How do you know if a text is seminal? One clue is when you see the same article cited in the literature over and over again. Frequency of the citation usually indicates that an article has had a major influence. For example, Dr. Heather Lashinger's nursing work on empowerment from the 1990s and early 2000s has been cited thousands of times, although this, Evaluating Quality, or 101, work is older, is considered seminal in this topic. To find out how many times an article has been cited, search the article title, YTIMESANARTICLEHASBEENCITED. R equal to relevance, the importance of the information for your needs. Does the information relate to your topic or answer your question? Who is the intended audience? Is the information at an appropriate level that is not too elementary or advanced for your needs or audience? Have you looked at a variety of sources before determining the ones that you will use? You should consider various factors when considering the relevance of your sources. Does the source align with the topic that you are studying? For example, if you are studying parents' grieving experiences after their child dies, your sources need to focus on this topic. A source that documents nurses' grieving experiences after a client dies is not relevant, as the relationships are quite different. Also, if you are exploring the nurse's role in medical assistance in dying, for example, it is important to consider legislation in the related country and province, territory, state. For example, the nurse's role in Ontario is different than other locations. You will review sources from a wide variety of locations and written for a wide variety of audiences. You need to consider whether your reader will believe that the sources you have chosen are relevant. 102, or Evaluating Quality. Often, an author with one or more degrees is accepted as being an authority. For example, does the author have a Master of Nursing and/or a PhD in nursing or a related field? Does the author have experience and/or expertise in the area that they are writing about? Have they published multiple articles in this area? Are they from a reputable university, college, hospital, or healthcare organization? Try Googling the author to find out where they work and their publication record. Depending on your topic, you might also draw upon sources in which the expert is the client, or A equal to authority, the source of the family. This shift has recently become more common. Is the author qualified to write, particularly in Canada, where on the topic? Patients are encouraged to. Do you trust the author? Collaborate in health research. If applicable, what are this is sometimes required when authors' credentials or applying for research funding. Organizational affiliations. There has also been a shift toward. Does the URL reveal anything incorporating narratives, so about the author or source? For patients, families, and students, example, .com, .edu, .gov, .org, .net. Make important contributions to. Is the journal or textbook, various bodies of literature. Publisher reputable or well-known? It is also important to examine whether the publisher and/or journal is reputable, particularly in this era of open access publishing, where access to many journals is free, but the quality of these journals is sometimes questionable. Open access can be of great benefit to students who don't have access to an institutional library database. However, the risk is that many predatory journals are emerging. They may be focused on making money. As a result, the quality of articles published in these journals may be lacking. You need to make sure that the article that you are reading is from a reputable journal. How do you figure this out? Start Evaluating Quality, or 103, by Googling the journal name. Find its homepage and check whether the editor and editorial board members are from reputable institutions and whether the journal has a peer review process. Peer review is discussed later in this chapter. You can also check out websites such as Beall's List of Predatory Journals and Publishers. Your university librarians can also help you figure out whether the article is from a reputable journal. Equal to accuracy, the reliability, truthfulness, and correctness of the content. Where does the information come from? Is the information supported by evidence? Has the information been reviewed or refereed? Can you verify any of the information in another source or from personal knowledge? Does the language or tone seem unbiased and free of emotion? Are there spelling, grammar, or typographical errors? You must evaluate and ensure that your research sources are both reliable and truthful. Again, assess whether the article underwent peer review. Usually, the About or Journal Info section of the homepage will specify whether the journal has a peer review process. Unfortunately, some predatory journals and publishers are getting smart and falsely claiming to use a peer review process. Check out the editorial board members. Are they real people from real institutions? Check out the author citations, if the article refers to claims or facts that seem questionable. Also, if the article presents the results of a study, you will need to evaluate the research methods. You will develop the skills to evaluate research methods in a research course as part of your nursing program. 104, or evaluating quality. P equal to purpose, point of view. The reason the information exists. What is the purpose of the information? Is it to inform, teach, sell, entertain, or persuade? Do the author sponsors make their intentions or purpose clear? Do they identify the overall goal, research aim, or paper's objectives? Is the information fact, opinion, or propaganda? Does the point of view appear objective and impartial? Are there political, ideological, cultural, religious, institutional, or personal biases? For example, are they trying to push their own agenda? Do they have a bias? Are they trying to convince you to buy something? These are all important questions to consider when you are evaluating the sources that you plan to use when writing a paper. Your source's purpose should be clear and informative. You should avoid incorporating sources that have any kind of underlying bias. Avoid journal sites with clickbait. Many of you will be familiar with this from social media. Usually these types of sites are trying to sell something and or push an agenda related to a particular topic. Checklist source evaluation. Here is a checklist that you can use to evaluate your sources. 1. Have you applied the CRAPE test to your sources? 2. Is the type of source appropriate for your purpose? Is it a high-quality source or one that needs to be looked at more critically? 3. Can you establish that the author is credible and the publication is reputable? 4. Does the author support ideas with specific facts and details that are carefully documented? Is the source of the author's information clear? When you use secondary sources, look for sources that are not too removed from primary research. 5. Does the source include any factual errors or instances of faulty logic? 6. Does the author leave out any information that you would expect to see in a discussion of this topic? Evaluating quality, or 105. 7. Do the author's conclusions logically follow from the evidence that is presented? Can you see how the author got from one point to another? 8. Is the writing clear and organized, and is it free from errors, cliches, and empty buzzwords? Is the tone objective, balanced, and reasonable? Be on the lookout for extreme emotionally charged language. 9. Are there any obvious biases or agendas? Based on what you know about the author, are there likely to be any hidden agendas? 10. Are graphics informative, useful, and easy to understand? Are websites organized, easy to navigate, and free of clutter like flashing ads and unnecessary sound effects? 11. Is the source contradicted by information found in other sources? If so, it is possible that your sources are presenting similar information but taking different perspectives, which requires you to think carefully about which sources you find more convincing and why. Be suspicious, however, of any source that presents facts that you cannot confirm elsewhere. Activities. Check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting. P equal to 582, hashtag H5P to 29. 106, or evaluating quality. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting. P equal to 0582, H5P to 30. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomo.ca/.scholarlywriting, p equal to 582, hashtag H5P to 31. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomo.ca/.scholarlywriting, p equal to 582, hashtag H5P to 32. Evaluating quality or 107. Attribution statement. The activities were created by the authors. Unless otherwise noted, all other content was remixed with our own original content and adapted from Right Here, Right Now by Dr. Paul Chafe, Aaron Tucker, with chapters from Dr. Carrie Marin, Dr. Martha Adante, Val Lem, Trina Grover, and Kelly Dermody, under a Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License. Download this book for free at pressbooks.library.ryerson.ca/right-here/. The checklist course evaluation was adapted from Writing for Success 1 Stone Canadian Edition by Tara Horkoff, is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share Alike 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writingforsuccess/ 108, or evaluating quality. Peer-reviewed sources. Earlier, you read the term peer review. This term is probably new to you. Peer review means that experts have anonymously reviewed, critiqued, and recommended or not recommended an article for publication. It is important to know what this term means because you should incorporate peer-reviewed sources into your scholarly writing about nursing and health-related issues. Time to delve deeper and better understand the peer review process. The peer review process. The peer review process typically applies to journals as opposed to books or websites. Journals focus on a specific discipline or a field of study, for example, nursing, and are published on a regular basis, monthly, quarterly, etc. The intended reading audience is other experts, usually not the general public. Journals are considered scholarly publications, and each issue contains many articles mainly written by professors, researchers, practitioners, and other experts. In nursing, authors are considered experts based on the following. They have a PhD or other graduate education. They have specialized in-depth knowledge. They have expertise and training in research and analysis or nursing practice. Occasionally, they are a student or a patient with firsthand experience to share, for example, a patient narrative. Many journals are not peer-reviewed, and these sources are generally not considered scholarly. When an author writes an article, they may submit it to a peer-reviewed journal to be published. Before the journal accepts the article, it is reviewed by peer-reviewed sources, or 109, experts in the same area of study, their peers. If the reviewers consider the research or work to be lacking quality or relevance, the author is asked to make changes, or the manuscript is rejected. If the reviewers consider the work to be of high quality and relevant, the manuscript is accepted. This is why some assignments require you to use articles published in peer-reviewed journals. These sources contain rigorous research and/or theoretical work. Figure 3.9, the peer review process. Some experts, such as professors, also publish their evidence-informed research in non-peer-reviewed sources like books and newspapers. These sources may still be considered authoritative and contain expert research and are often reviewed by editors for accuracy, but they do not count as peer-reviewed sources. It is 110 are peer-reviewed sources. Important to know the difference, especially if your instructor specifically requests that you use articles from peer-reviewed journals. The need to remain critical. Overall, even though the peer review process is used to evaluate research and other scholarly work, you as the reader need to remain critical and conduct your own evaluation of what you are reading. Remember, the CRAP evaluation tool helps you remain critical. The peer review process is the agreed upon method for checking credibility in the academic world, but it is not without its flaws. Articles with inaccurate research methods and therefore flawed conclusions have been published. Fortunately, most of these papers are retracted and the research is removed from the journal. For example, The Lancet, a prominent medical journal, retracted a 1998 study linking vaccines to autism due to ethical misconduct, serious study flaws, and a biased sample. The work of researchers can also be funded by outside corporations, and many journals require authors to state any conflicts of interest within their paper. If you come across an admission of conflict when reading an article, it will be up to you to evaluate whether or not you feel the research was influenced by the corporation's own agenda. Student tip: peer-reviewed sources, or 111. Warning: you also need to be vigilant when using Google and Google Scholar to find peer-reviewed journals, because some non-credible journals falsely claim to be peer-reviewed. Your library provides you with access to databases that contain authorized peer-reviewed journals and filter out the non-credible ones. Also, not all articles in peer-reviewed journals are peer-reviewed. For example, some journals publish conference abstracts. These are not considered peer-reviewed articles. In addition, the journal editor often writes and includes a short editorial on a current topic at the start of each journal issue. These are not considered peer-reviewed. Attribution statement: content from this page was remixed with our own original content and adapted with editorial changes from Right Here, Right Now by Dr. Paul Chafe, Aaron Tucker, with chapters from Dr. Kari Marin, Dr. Martha Adante, Val Lem, Trina Grover, and Kelly Dermody, under a Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License. Download this book for free at pressbooks.library.ryerson.ca/righthere/.112 or peer-reviewed sources, popular sources, and gray literature. In addition to scholarly sources, popular sources and gray literature are other types of information that you may review and consider using in your writing. See Table 3.3. Table 3.3, Other Sources of Information. Popular sources and gray literature, or 113. Type: popular sources. Popular sources are intended for a more general audience and range from entertainment magazines to well-researched, investigative articles from the New York Times. These sources usually do not have a specific structure and rarely contain references. With most scholarly sources, you can rely on the peer review process to evaluate the authority and credibility of the research presented to you. With popular sources, it is up to you to determine whether the source is appropriate for your own research. Examples: The New York Times, Scrubs Magazine, The Wall Street Journal, nursing blogs, The Economist. When to use. Use of these sources will depend on the purpose of your writing or your assignment and whether you are permitted to use popular sources. Sources such as magazines and newspapers are very useful for current commentary on a topic or issue. However, you should be aware that some newspapers, blogs, and non-government organizations, such as policy think tanks, have specific political viewpoints. It is up to you to evaluate whether or not it is appropriate to use a popular source in your assignment. Gray literature. Gray literature are sources of information that are not published through traditional reports from and means, and are often websites such as not peer-reviewed. Health Canada, World, these are typically health organization excluded from College of Nurses of databases, making the Ontario as well as information difficult to speeches and locate. The best way to newsletters. Located is often through Google searches and consulting experts in the field. These types of sources can be useful to provide current information. Credible websites such as Health Canada can provide current statistics. Popular sources and gray literature may be appropriate to combine with the peer-reviewed literature that you have reviewed. 114 or popular sources and gray literature, depending on your purpose. To further understand what gray literature is and how to locate it, see Film Clip 3.2. One or more interactive elements has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view them online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting. P=235 #OEmbed1. Film Clip 3.2, Locating Gray Literature, 239. Activities, check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting. P=235. H5P to 33. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, p = 235, #H5P to 34. Popular sources and gray literature, or 115. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, p = 235, #H5P to 35. Attribution statement. Content on popular sources was adapted from with editorial changes. Right Here, Right Now by Dr. Paul Chafe, Aaron Tucker, with chapters from Dr. Kari Marin, Dr. Martha Adante, Val Lem, Trina Grover, and Kelly Dermody, under a Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License. Download this book for free at pressbooks.library.ryerson.ca/righthere/.116 or Popular Sources and Gray Literature. Primary and secondary sources. Scholarly sources can be classified into primary sources and secondary sources. See Table 3.4. In nursing, primary sources are typically used because they are a direct source as opposed to what might be referred to as secondhand information, secondary source. In scholarly writing, it is usually best to go to a direct source. Thus, if you are reading a secondary source that refers to another author reporting something really important, it is best to search out the primary source. However, some secondary sources are appropriate in scholarly writing. For example, when you are trying to get an overall sense of a topic, you might find it helpful to read a secondary source such as a literature review. Secondary sources can also help you understand current statistics or standards of practice. Table 3.4. Primary and secondary sources. Primary and secondary sources, or 117. Sources examples. Primary sources are direct, first-hand sources of information or data. In nursing, primary sources are typically research articles. Research articles direct, first-hand sources. Literary texts, historical documents such as diaries or letters, autobiographies or other personal accounts, magazine articles. Secondary sources are one step removed from the primary source of information and discuss, interpret, analyze, consolidate, or otherwise rework information from primary sources. In nursing, common secondary sources include literature reviews, biographical books literature reviews, for example, scoping reviews, systematic reviews, encyclopedias, television documentaries, textbooks. Now, let's say you are reading a journal article that you have identified as a primary source because it is presenting the findings from a research study about the impact of music to relieve pain. Within that article, you see that the author has cited another author's work referring to other modalities to relieve pain, such as meditation. If you decide to incorporate the other author's work, 118 or primary and secondary sources. About relieving pain through meditation, that is considered a secondary source, even though the article that you are reading is a primary source. You would be better off locating the source that is cited so you can access the original article. Whether primary or secondary sources are appropriate, remember to use them purposefully to support your writing and provide a rich and contextualized argument to your writing. Student tip: what type of source is acceptable? Always consult the assignment guidelines when determining what type of source is acceptable and useful in your writing. Most times, your instructor will specifically ask for peer-reviewed and primary sources. Occasionally, your instructor may allow secondary sources and other scholarly sources, but popular sources are rarely permitted in scholarly writing. Activities, check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. Primary and secondary sources, or 119. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, p = 237, #H5P to 36. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, p equal 237, hashtag H5P to 37. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, p equal 237, hashtag H5P to 38. Attribution statement. Content from Table 3.4 was revised and adapted from Writing for Success 1 Stone Canadian edition by Tara Horkoff is 120 or primary and secondary sources, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share Alike 4 international license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writingforsuccess/ primary and secondary sources or 121. Caution, Wikipedia, and other websites. As a rule, Wikipedia and other wiki sources are not acceptable sources for university work. The beauty of Wikipedia is its egalitarianism. It's billed as a public encyclopedia for everyone. The problem with this is that anyone can create a Wikipedia entry, and anyone can edit entries. Unfortunately, anyone is usually not an authority. Remember, you're looking for sources that meet the CRAP criteria and that are written by people with degrees, education, and/or expertise in the field. Wikipedia doesn't follow this model, so you shouldn't rely on it as a reliable source. Many nursing websites provide current information, although these are not considered peer-reviewed and are usually not primary sources. The information on these websites can often provide context and guidelines related to health issues. See Table 3.5 for some of the common websites applicable to nursing. Table 3.5, Common Websites Related to Nursing, 122, or Caution, Wikipedia, and other websites. Website relevance to your scholarly writing. The CNO can help you articulate practice standards and guidelines when writing about nursing interventions and professional practice. The College of Nurses of Ontario CNO is the provincial governing body in Ontario for Nurses CNO 2017. The CNO's Quality Assurance Program can assist you in writing your reflective analysis paper during clinical practice. The Registered Nurses Association of Ontario RNAO is an association that represents nursing students, RNS, and NPS in Ontario. The RNAO has a useful website to learn about best practice guidelines, nursing policies, political activism, e-health, and technology. It also publishes a non-peer-reviewed journal called the Registered Nurse Journal. The Canadian Nurses Association, CNA, is an organization focused on advancing the national and global professional voice of Canadian nursing. The CNA has a useful website to learn about healthy public policy, advocacy, nursing leadership, and nursing excellence. The Ontario Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, MOHLTC, is a provincial organization. The MOHLTC website provides information related to health services, provincial wait times, and access to care and care in the community. The Health Canada website is based and managed by the Government Scientific Research, Statistics, and of Canada. This federal website, current health information that supports Canadians' health on Canadians' health and well-being. IT decisions and choices provides current strategies for providing health resources and addressing financial concerns and information. Health inequities. The WHO publishes information about the World Health Organization, international health issues, policies, WHO is an international and statistics. Topics include organization in 150 countries, prevention, health strategies that promotes health for all treatment, and guidelines. These people worldwide. Sources that can help you support your arguments. Caution, Wikipedia and other websites, or 123. Attribution statement. Content from the first paragraph was adapted from The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Jaime Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosevier, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 international license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd. Other references. College of Nurses of Ontario, 2017. About the College of Nurses of Ontario. Retrieved from www.cno.org/en/what-is-cno/.registered Nurses Association of Ontario. About RNAO. Retrieved from rnao.ca/about.health Canada, 2019. About Health Canada. Retrieved from www.canada.ca/en/health-canada/corporate/abouthealth-canada.html.World Health Organization 2019. About WHO. Retrieved from www.who.int/about.124 or Caution, Wikipedia, and other websites. Chapter Summary. In this chapter, you have learned about information literacy and how to recognize when information is needed, searching and finding various sources of information, and learning how to evaluate them are important skills to develop. Even if a journal is identified as peer-reviewed, it is important to be critical when reviewing an article to determine its quality and suitability for your paper. Search for a journal's homepage through Google and check the About or Journal Info sections to see whether it uses the peer review process. You can search for individuals on the editorial board to verify that they are real people. Remember, do not reference or use Wikipedia and other similar websites when writing scholarly papers. Your writing journey. Now that you have figured out your assignment and read all there is to know about a topic, you will need to find quality sources to support your writing. This chapter introduced you to the process of finding good evidence and how to be selective in what you include in your paper. Learners commonly write their papers and then seek citations to support their argument, but this approach limits you to a narrow understanding of the topic. Instead, be open to new ideas and really absorb what others have written. Take detailed notes about what you find in the literature, and don't forget to include citations so that you don't lose track of where you found the information. This is Chapter Summary, or 125, a good time to get started, on a reference page to house all the sources you have found for your paper. 126, or Chapter Summary. Chapter 4, Types of Writing. Chapter 4, Types of Writing, or 127. 128, or Chapter 4, Types of Writing. Chapter 4, Learning. Objectives. By the end of this chapter, you will be able to distinguish between different types of writing. Develop skills associated with each type of writing. Chapter 4, Learning Objectives, or 129. Overview, Types of Writing. Now that you have had the opportunity to develop your skills related to reading and comprehension and information literacy, it is time to shift to writing. In your post-secondary nursing program, you will be expected to engage in a variety of types of writing. Early on in your academic trajectory, you may be asked to simply describe or summarize a text and/or construct an annotated bibliography. You might be asked to do some simple evaluation, critique analysis of a text. Throughout your program, you will consistently be required to engage in reflective writing. As you progress in your program, you will be asked to engage in more challenging forms of writing, including advanced synthesis and critique. You will often be required to use a combination of types of writing within one assignment. For example, reflective writing will require you to reflect and sometimes analyze. See Table 4.1 for a brief description of common types of writing. Each type of writing is described in more detail in the next sections. Table 4.1, Common Types of Writing. 130, or Overview. Types of Writing. Type of Writing Explanation. You write a summary about a text you've read. Descriptive. Descriptive writing includes a description of the main points and usually does not include your personal opinion or critique. Reflective. You think deeply and write about an experience or an event or something you have read. In nursing, you are expected to engage in reflective writing related to your clinical practice. Analytical, this genre of writing moves beyond description and involves examining the issue or text closely and looking at its parts to understand the whole. Your job is to persuade, influence, convince, and inspire. Persuasive your audience to believe in your point of view on a topic that involves multiple viewpoints and opinions. Critical, this genre of writing involves a detailed assessment or evaluation of a text. To some degree, this is the highest level of writing because it is both analytical and persuasive. Editorial, this is sometimes referred to as an opinion or perspective piece in which you incorporate an educated opinion from a unique viewpoint on a particular issue. Literature reviews. There are many types of writing associated with literature reviews. Overall, you will synthesize a body of literature on a particular topic. Student tip: know what is expected of you. Overview, types of writing, or 131. The most important starting point is that you understand what type of writing is expected for a course or an assignment. Start by closely reviewing and highlighting keywords in the assignment guidelines and, if provided, the marking rubric. What verbs do the guidelines use? Reflect, analyze, critique, or something else? These starting points will point you in the right direction. Listen to the audio podcast 4.1 about various types of writing by Carrie MC Namara, MEd, MFA, composition instructor, Tidewater Community College. One or more interactive elements has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view them online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, P129 #OIMBED1. Audio podcast 4.1. Various types of writing by Carrie MC Namara 618. See audio transcript at bottom of page. The following discussion provides more details about each type of writing for your assignments. Transcript for audio podcast 4.1, 132, or overview, types of writing. Throughout the nursing program, you'll be asked to engage in a variety of different types of writing, so it's important to know what you are being asked to do and how we do it. You will often be asked to combine the various kinds of writing, so it's important that you're familiar with the characteristics for each kind and be able to combine them to meet the specific needs for your given assignment. So let's begin by doing a quick review of the different kinds of writing and the various words associated with each kind. Be sure to use Table 4.1 as a quick reference guide to help you. The first kind of writing is descriptive writing. So for this kind of writing, really, the goal here is to summarize what you have read. No personal opinion should be given. However, you should use very vivid details and strong verbs in order to summarize the information, and be sure to include all main points while excluding minor details that aren't essential to the text. This should be an overview, and your voice should remain neutral throughout. The second kind of writing is reflective writing. In this kind of writing, you want to think about the article that you're being asked to write about and include your own personal thoughts and experiences here. Certainly, personal opinions are fine, as this is your own reflection, but you should be thoughtful, honest, and vulnerable in your voice. However, you do want to present as an educated person, so you certainly can draw on other experiences that you've had in order to help validate your reflection. The next kind of writing is analytical writing. So for this kind of writing, you are really examining the article and/or experience in your and/or experience, and you're offering some thoughtful criticism. You may want to connect with other theories or experiences to help deepen your own analysis, but definitely, you should be critical and not opinionated. Here in this kind of writing, you want to present a balanced view in your writing and in your writing voice. The next kind of writing is persuasive writing. The goal here is to convince readers that what you are writing about is true, so you want to make sure that you present valid information, and certainly you can compare other studies or theories to the article in which you're writing about. You want to persuade readers. Overview, types of writing, or 133, not just by your personal opinion, but also by referring to valid experiences and other research. Perhaps make reference to studies or any other experiences that you've had. Critical writing. This kind of writing is certainly the most advanced form, and it often combines or draws on all the other kinds of writing. Here, you want to examine the article or experience by using analogies, studies, and previous experiences. This type of writing certainly combines analytical and persuasive, and can even employ descriptive and reflective. Here, you want to make sure that you have a very strong, clear voice, and that you are presenting a dominant view that is your own. The next kind of writing is editorial. So this form of writing looks more like a report, and it certainly should be substantiated by your opinion on what you're writing about, so it doesn't good personal opinion. but that opinion always needs to be qualified with experiences and/or theories. It is assumed here that you have some expertise in the field, so be sure to present in a professional and informed manner. The last kind of writing is a literature review. So for this, you need to make sure that you follow the prescribed format that was given to you by your teacher. You'll summarize the literature you've read, analyze it, and then usually compare it to other theories and/or articles. Be sure to follow the format and do exactly what your professor has asked you to do. As you can see within the textbook that there are a variety of different forms of literature reviews, so you just need to make sure that you are following the kind of review that your professor wishes. So overall, the most important part of this chapter is that number one, you realize that there are many different kinds of writing and that you need to be able to shift back and forth between them and know exactly what it is that you're being asked to do. Some of the kinds of writing certainly overlap with each other. However, you want to make sure that you hit on the key words. So, for example, if you're simply asked to do a description of a piece and that you are summarizing and not critically analyzing, however, if you're asked to do a critical piece, then that you are following the specific requirements for that kind of writing at the end of the day, all. (134) or overview, types of writing. Writing needs to be strong. Your language needs to be appropriate, and you want to make sure that you are always making valid, educated statements. So good luck with your writing, and certainly we refer back to that table 4.1 as a quick reference. Overview, types of writing, or 135. Descriptive writing. What it is? Have you ever been asked to describe or summarize a text? In descriptive writing, you describe or write a summary of a text you've read. This type of writing usually does not include your personal opinion or critique. Rather, it focuses on a summary of what the author said. You will be asked to engage in many types of descriptive writing for different purposes. In post-secondary nursing programs, you are often asked to concisely and comprehensively summarize the key ideas of a text. For example, you may be asked to provide a 250-word summary of a journal article as a way for the instructor to evaluate your capacity to understand the main argument or ideas contained within a text. Other times, your instructor may request you to write a summary of a research study. In this case, the audience may be a group of practicing nurses, and the summary provides a brief overview of the current research. (136) or descriptive writing. Figure 4.1, illustration of descriptive writing. How to do it? So, how do you write a summary and where do you start? See figure 4.2. Here are a few pointers. (1) Consider the reason why you are writing the summary and the audience you are writing for. These will influence how you write the summary. Is the summary for your own benefit? For example, are you trying to summarize the main points of a text to ensure you understand it and help you study? Are you writing the summary for a specific audience, for example, your instructor, to demonstrate your knowledge? Are you summarizing a text so that other groups, for example, practitioners, have a short text to reflect upon? Descriptive writing, or 137. 2. To effectively summarize a text, you should do some pre-reading followed by a close and full reading of the text. While reading, you should take notes either by annotating the text or engaging in dialectic note-taking. See Chapter 2. 3. Then, document in point form the main points and the supporting points of the text. For a research article, for example, you should indicate the study purpose, the study approach, that is, the methods, and the study findings. If you are writing for an audience of practitioners, you should summarize the clinical implications. For example, how does this text or this research influence nursing practice? 4. It is now time to write the summary. Remember, a summary provides a general overview of the text and excludes minor details or details that are not central to the text. Use language that reflects a summary such as the authors explain, the authors claim. In this article, it is suggested that Brown et al. Report that the clinical implications include Five, you will often be expected to begin the summary by identifying the text source, for example, the authors and text title, and to complete the summary with a bibliographic citation of the text. (138) Or descriptive writing. Figure 4.2, Steps of Descriptive Writing. What to keep in mind. Some key points to keep in mind as you are writing a summary. Use complete sentences. Write the summary in a neutral voice and avoid incorporating your opinion or critique of the text. Paraphrase the text in your own words and avoid the use of direct quotations. The length of the summary varies depending on the reason for completing it and the audience. Generally, a summary may range from a few sentences to a couple of pages. Descriptive writing, or 139. Activities, check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting p=131 #H5P to 14. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting p=131 #H5P to 15. 140 or descriptive writing, reflective writing. What it is? Have you ever been asked to reflect on a text or an experience? Reflective writing is used by different healthcare professions in various ways, but all reflective writing requires that you think deeply and critically about an experience or a text. At the center of reflective writing is the self, including a deep analysis of you in relation to the topic. Reflective writing is a process that involves recalling an experience or an event, thinking and deliberating about it, and then writing about it. You may be asked to engage in reflective writing related to an array of topics: the reading you are doing for a course, your experience working in a group, how you solved a problem, how you prepared for class or for an exam, a healthcare issue, or a new theory. You will be expected to reflect on your clinical practice often throughout your nursing studies and for the rest of your nursing career to grow, learn, and demonstrate your continuing competence. In nursing, reflective writing is part of what is called reflective practice. Early in your nursing program, you'll become familiar with the College of Nurses of Ontario requirements for nurses to engage in reflective practice. This legislated professional expectation involves an intentional process of reflecting to explore and analyze a clinical experience so that you can identify your strengths and areas for improvement with the aim of strengthening your practice. College of Nurses of Ontario, 2019. Reflective writing, or 141. Figure 4.3, reflective writing. How to do it. There are many approaches and frameworks to guide reflective writing as related to reflective practice in nursing. These approaches guide you to reflect on an experience: what happened, how you felt, what actions you took, what you learned, and how you might do things differently in the future. Mahan and O'Neill, 2020. One common framework called LEARN was developed by the College of Nurses of Ontario, 1996. See Figure 4.4. 142 or reflective writing. Look back, elaborate, analyze, revise, new trial. Perspective. Figure 4.4, writing reflectively. Variations of this acronym have been taken up, but it essentially stands for 1. Look back. Recall a situation that was meaningful to you. In your practice. 2, 3, 4, 5. Elaborate. Describe the situation from both an objective and subjective perspective. For example, what did you see, hear, who was involved, and what interactions were observed? What did you think and feel? Analyze. Examine how and why the situation happened the way it did. Think about it in the context of your nursing courses and the literature. Revise. Consider how and why your practice should remain the same and how it should be changed. New trial, perspective. Think and move forward. What will you do differently when a similar situation arises? More recently, reflective writing has been described in the context. Reflective writing, or 143, of narrative writing in which you engage in personal and professional storytelling. A narrative approach to reflective writing asks you to think about storied elements, for example, characters, events, setting of an experience, what happened. How did the situation begin? Who was involved? Where did it take place? What emotions were people feeling? How did the situation end? As you can see, these types of questions can easily be integrated into the Learn framework too. What to keep in mind: you will be expected to engage in reflective writing throughout your nursing program. Sometimes you will be asked to use the Learn framework or another approach. Here are some tips on good reflective writing. If possible, choose a topic or situation that is meaningful to you. Be vulnerable in your writing and share your thoughts and feelings. You don't need to write about a sanitized version of yourself. It's okay to ponder mistakes or areas for improvement. Description is important, but so is analysis so that you can gain new insights. Think critically about your experience and be open to new perspectives. Student tip 144, or reflective writing, the growth of reflection. Graduates or senior level students will tell you that reflective writing changes over the course of your program. As you advance, your forms of reflective writing will evolve from descriptive to more analytical. You will be expected to refer to the literature to explain your analysis and support your claims. You should also always engage in reflection in the context of the courses that you are taking. Some courses focus on the personal self, others focus on the professional self, as well as nursing in the community or on a broader societal level. Activity. Check your understanding. Think about a healthcare event that you encountered or a health and illness experience of a friend or relative that is meaningful to you. In reflecting on this experience, how could you apply the Learn format? An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/. Scholarly writing, P equal to 133 hashtag H5P to 16. Reflective writing, or 145. References. College of Nurses of Ontario 2019. Self-assessment, retrieved from www.cno.org/n/myqa/self-assessment/doc. College of Nurses of Ontario 1996. Professional Profile, a reflective portfolio for continuous learning. Toronto, CNO, Mahon P. and O'Neill M. 2020. Through the Looking Glass, the Rabbit Hole of Reflective Practice. British Journal of Nursing, 2913, 777 to 783. doi.org/10.12968/bjon.2020.29.13.7777. 146, or reflective writing. Analytical writing. What it is. Have you ever been asked to analyze a text or an experience or a concept? There are many types of analytical writing, but fundamentally it involves a detailed examination of multiple elements related to your topic. The purpose of the analysis is clarify a complex topic. If there was a clear dichotomy, for example, right-wrong, there would be no need for an analysis. Figure 4.5, Analytical Writing. Because nursing is a human science, you will often analyze nuanced and complex issues, for example, the development of healthcare policy, the implementation of harm reduction clinics, or concepts, for example, grief, loneliness, and how they are taken up in practice. Unlike other sciences, there are rarely absolute truths in nursing. Therefore, consideration of all perspectives is important in developing a robust analysis. Analytical writing, or 147. How to do it? Conducting an analysis depends on what you are being asked to analyze or say about a topic. In general, analysis involves the following steps. One, start with a question or debate. For example, what is known about safe consumption sites or the concept of quality of life? Establish a clear goal or thesis that you can adhere to throughout your paper. 2. Review the literature to gain a preliminary understanding of what is known about your topic. Establish criteria that will assist you in assessing the literature and determining what evidence is applicable to your topic. 3. Once you have decided what literature to include, begin your analysis. Ask questions such as, are there opposing points of view? Have themes or categories emerged from the literature? These questions will allow you to sort information and process what is known about the topic. 4. Your analysis should present what is known about the topic in a concise and informative manner. Thus, start with a full overview of the topic. 5. In your analysis, articulate your process of inquiry and examine the concept or issue closely. You might consider questions such as, why is the concept or issue appearing this way? What is the significance? 6. The discussion section of your paper provides room for analytical commentary to reflect on issues such as gaps in knowledge, and to pose questions such as, what is remiss from the literature? What further work needs to be done? See film clip 4.1 for further tips on analytical writing. 148, or analytical writing. One or more interactive elements has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view them online here, pressbooks.library.torontomu.co/.scholarlywriting, p equal to 135 #OEMBED1. Film clip 4.1 Analytical Writing 134. What to keep in mind? As you progress with an analysis, here are some points to keep in mind. Analytical writing is generally devoid of overt opinion. Instead, opinion is conveyed in terms of what and how information is presented. A common error that beginners make is to be persuaded by one viewpoint without a good understanding of the full picture. You need to keep an open mind and consider differing points of view while reading a lot about the topic. Avoid overquoting one source. Novice writers often privilege one source over others. While you may cite classic literature, the art of analysis is being able to weave together several sources. Try to set aside values, at least initially. You might find that your values play a role in establishing your perspective or point of view. Instead, start by learning the facts. This will ensure that your values will be well informed. Don't fall trap to reductionism. For the sake of clarity, it is tempting to write in a way that simplifies an issue or topic, but this can mislead the reader. Balance is the key. While it is good, analytical writing, or 149. To be concise, you also need to allow for complexity. Activities. Check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/ scholarly writing, P equal to 135, hashtag H5P to 17. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/ scholarly writing, P equal to 135, hashtag H5P to 18. 150 or analytical writing, persuasive writing. What it is, have you ever been asked to persuade a reader in your writing? Persuasive writing is a genre of writing that is intended to convince, motivate, or move readers toward a certain point of view or opinion. This is a common genre of writing in nursing, a profession that is committed to promoting social justice and often advocates for equitable and inclusive conditions. Nursing has a legacy of positive social change, and nurses often engage in lobbying, letter writing, and other forms of political action. They often write persuasively when challenging or exposing the socio-political context that informs health and healthcare, for example, health policy, social determinants of health, and budget cuts. The act of trying to persuade intrinsically means that more than one opinion on the subject can be argued like a debate. See Figure 4.6. The writer assumes a viewpoint and argues that viewpoint throughout the writing. The term argument may conjure images of people yelling in anger. In scholarly writing, however, an argument is very different. It is a reasoned opinion supported and explained by evidence. Written arguments can advance knowledge and ideas in a positive way, but they often fail when they are based on ranting rather than reasoning. Persuasive writing, or 151. Figure 4.6. Persuasive writing. Student tip. Consider multiple angles in persuasive writing. You should present a well-rounded, fact-based point of view based on strong, substantiated evidence, but also ensure you present an argument that looks at the topic from multiple angles. Now, you may ask, how can my argument be convincing if I present ideas contrary to my main point of view? It is important that you demonstrate to the reader that you 152 or persuasive writing. Understand the topic from various angles and have a full understanding of it. This will garner credibility as you try to persuade the reader. If you leave gaps or are inattentive to opposing viewpoints, the reader may assume this is an omission on your part. Furthermore, critical thought and reflection are effective ways to dismantle objections to your point of view. How to do it? There are many ways to write a paper that involves persuasive writing. Here are a few steps. 1. Choose a topic that you feel passionate about. If your instructor requires you to write about a specific topic, approach the subject from an angle that interests you. 2. Read and prepare as much you can about the topic. Search for literature that both supports and counters your argument. 3. Begin your paper with an engaging introduction. Your main point should typically appear somewhere in your introduction, in which you identify your main ideas and then outline the argument that will follow. Four, begin with most important points, because this will immediately captivate your readers and compel them to continue reading. Provide explanations and evidence to support your points. Use sound, credible evidence. Use a balance of facts and opinions from a wide range of sources, such as scientific studies, expert testimony, statistics, and personal anecdotes. Each piece of evidence should be fully explained and clearly stated. 5. Identify opposing points of view and provide A. Persuasive writing, or 153. Thorough, evidence-informed, convincing argument, challenging these views. Acknowledging and explaining points of view that may conflict with your own helps build credibility and trust in your audience. You should also state the limits of your argument. This demonstrates that you are reasonable and honest to those who may naturally be inclined to disagree with your view. By respectfully acknowledging opposing arguments and conceding limitations to your own view, you set a measured and responsible tone. Six, write a conclusion that effectively summarizes the main argument and reinforces your thesis. You will want to leave the reader with a strong impression or a call to action. What to keep in mind? As you write in a persuasive style, here are some pointers to keep in mind. Make sure your viewpoint is apparent. Your point of view. Should be clearly expressed in a topic sentence at the beginning of each paragraph. This should contain the main idea of the paragraph and relate it to your overall argument. Stay focused on your main point. Even if some facts challenge your argument, it is important to address them rather than to be defeated or lured by them. Rarely is there a singular thread that will unravel your belief system. It is important that you maintain a consistent argument throughout the paper. Avoid confounding persuasion with righteousness. This means avoiding value-based language like good evil, as this risks evoking emotions that could cloud critical thought. Focus on ideas instead of individuals. Generally, when making an argument, you are questioning an idea or belief. Stay. 154, or persuasive writing. Focused on the idea instead of pointing fingers at individuals. Write in a style and tone that is appropriate for your subject and audience. Tailor your language to both, while still being true to your own voice. You should use some key transitional words in persuasive writing, including, most importantly, almost as importantly, just as importantly, and finally. Some writers may claim that one piece of evidence or another proves the argument, but proving an argument is often not possible. No evidence proves a debatable topic one way or the other. That is why the topic is debatable. Facts can be proved, but opinions can only be supported, explained, and persuaded. Activities check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomoo.ca/. Scholarly writing, P = 250 in H5P to 19. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here, pressbooks.library.torontomoo.ca/. Scholarly writing, P = 250 #H5P to 20. Persuasive writing, or 155. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here, pressbooks.library.torontomoo.ca/. Scholarly writing, P = 250 #H5P to 21. Attribution statement. This page was remixed with our original content and with editorial changes adapted from Writing for Success One Stone Canadian Edition by Tara Horkoff is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial Share Alike, 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writing-for-success/.156 or persuasive writing. Critical writing. What it is. Have you ever been asked to write in a critical manner? Critical writing involves critical thinking. This type of thinking develops over the course of your university program and involves learning to evaluate and reconstruct your thinking and ideas in the context of other people's thinking and ideas. You may be involved in critical thinking and writing related to phenomena such as journal articles, healthcare issues, new clinical guidelines, and healthcare policy issues. See Table 4.2. Overall, you should use critical thinking and writing when you start breaking down your topic to develop discussion points. You will also use critical analysis when you synthesize or blend your ideas with those of experts. This means you will go beyond a statement of facts and take a stance, stating your view on an idea or issue and on core sources of information on that topic. You will insert your own ideas into the text's conversation. Table 4.2, Critical Thinking and Critical Writing. Critical writing, or 157. Critical thinking may involve, critical writing may involve being curious and reflecting. Carefully on a topic, having an inquiring mind by, being skeptical and examining your own thinking and the thinking of others concerning a topic. Don't just accept an argument or a way of thinking. Ask why. For example, why do I believe that access to healthcare should be a human right? Why do the authors of Article 10 propose a two-tier healthcare system? What evidence supports or does not support this case? Being open to making logical and reasoned judgments and conclusions based on this thinking. Responding to a text and determining its quality and relevance to your clinical practice. Evaluating a specific phenomenon or issue. You may be asked to challenge the status quo and question pervasive ideology underpinned by social justice. For example, you may be asked to question immigration policies that limit healthcare for newcomers, or to challenge gendered practices in maternal healthcare delivery, or to critically evaluate clinical guidelines related to the effectiveness of methods that verify gastric tube placement. Critically examining the sources you use to support your writing. How to do it? The steps involved in critical writing depend on the context of your writing and what you are asked to write about. Here are some general steps. 1. Demonstrate concise and comprehensive understanding of your issue. You should contextualize the issue in relation to other work, so it will be helpful to begin with some pre-reading strategies and note-taking to understand the big picture. It will be difficult for your audience to think critically about your argument if you do not provide a clear picture of the issue, so gaps in your understanding will undermine your goal. Two, critically evaluate the phenomenon or the text in 158 or critical writing. Question. This will involve identifying strengths and limitations. You don't necessarily need to adopt a negative position in which you focus on deficits and limitations alone. It's possible to focus on the positive aspects of a phenomenon, or a combination of both negative and positive elements in your critical analysis. Three, critical analysis demonstrates that you are able to synthesize and connect ideas, arrive at your own conclusions, and develop new directions for discussion. Move beyond simply taking another person's ideas and spitting out facts. You should show that you have used sources to develop ideas of your own and present alternative interpretations or perspectives through evaluation, debate, and critique. Four, you will be expected to evaluate texts related to research studies. In this case, you should ask questions like, is the purpose of the research clear? Are the study methods clearly defined? Do the data support the research findings and conclusions? Are the nursing implications clearly identified? What to keep in mind? Keep these tips in mind when engaging in critical thinking. While summarizing an issue, it is important to adopt the language used in the original source, rather than imposing words, beliefs, or assumptions. Clearly and concisely argue one point at a time. An outline will help keep you on track, as each paragraph should focus on a main point. Highlight strengths, limitations, and recommendations in a respectful way. Severe language often can make the reader. Critical writing or 159. Question your credibility. It is also more helpful to provide constructive feedback rather than stressing the futility of an Approach. See Table 4.3 for examples of ways to avoid severe language. Table 4.3, Severe language and better choices. Severe language. The study methods were difficult too. Understand. The authors neglected to comprehensively examine the literature. The nursing implications were unclear, better choices. Some readers will find the study methods difficult to understand. This omission of the literature seems to suggest that the authors do not have a comprehensive understanding of the body of literature. It would be useful to explicate the nursing implications. The author's conclusions were unclear and not supported. The author's conclusions would have been more clear and better supported if they presented the data in a table. Activity, check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/. Scholarly writing, P = 252, hashtag H5P to 22. 160, or critical writing. Attribution statement. This content is mainly our own original content. With editorial changes, some of this content was adapted from specifically the last bullet in the table in column 2 and item 3 under how to do it. Writing for Success. One Stone Canadian edition by Tara Horkoff is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share Alike 4 international license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writingforsuccess/.criticalwriting or 161. Editorial writing. What it is. Have you ever been asked to write an editorial? When you are asked to write an editorial, you are expected to share your educated opinion on a current and often controversial or debated topic or issue. It is sometimes referred to as an opinion or perspective piece, but what distinguishes it from a purely opinion piece is that it is written from an assumed knowledge base. The author has expertise on the topic. Within an editorial, you may find yourself combining other types of writing. For example, you may draw upon a critical voice or analytical voice in which you compare and contrast or evaluate an issue, or use a persuasive style of writing to compel and convince the reader. Editorials may be written for newspapers, blogs, or websites. You may also need to write editorials for nursing magazines and journals. Often, each issue of a healthcare journal begins with an editorial written by the editor, or someone like you with an educated opinion on a current healthcare issue. How to do it? Where do you start, and how do you write an editorial related to the healthcare field? Here are some steps to consider. 1. Choose a specific topic that is current, timely, and controversial in the nursing and healthcare field. Avoid topics that are too broad or ones that hinder your ability to write comprehensively about your topic in a concise manner. 4. 162, or editorial writing. Example: Writing about the need for seatbelts in cars is no longer a current topic. It hasn't been for decades. However, writing about seatbelts on buses is a timely health-related topic with some controversy surrounding it. 2. Always consider the audience, because they will influence the language you use and the points you emphasize. You may be writing an editorial that your instructor will read as an evaluative component of a course. But remember, although your instructor is the reader, they are not necessarily your audience. Your audience is the person or group that you are trying to influence. For example, it may be local government or key stakeholders that you are trying to influence about the need to open harm reduction clinics in urban areas. 3. Think about your purpose in writing the editorial. It is important to know what you want to convey and stick with it. An editorial's purpose can generally be categorized into 2 types. The first type is to express your opinion about an issue. For example, you might express your opinion about the need for a guaranteed basic income for adults regardless of employment status. Here, you need to state your opinion and clearly argue it. The second type is to propose a solution to an issue. For example, you might argue that a solution to workplace stress is to develop and implement meditation programs. Here, you need to describe the problem and why your solution is best. Whatever the purpose of your editorial, note it at the top of your paper as you begin writing, so that you can keep it in mind and ensure that your writing always aligns with your purpose. 4. Based on your informed opinion, choose a side and state your position early in the editorial. You should clearly state your opinion in the first paragraph. 5. You should structure your editorial similar to other types of writing. Begin with an introduction that describes the topic and your opinion. Next, write the body of the editorial. Describe both sides of the issue. Explain why you disagree with. Editorial writing or 163. One side of an issue and then provide a sound argument to support your opinion. Finally, finish with a conclusion that really grabs your audience. This might include a call to action that prompts the audience to immediately respond to the issue. What to keep in mind. As you write an editorial, keep in mind the following points. Write using a professional tone. Think about how you can present your idea constructively, without suggesting a cure-all. Choose clear and simple language and avoid jargon and slang. Don't make your reader work to understand what you are talking about. Create a short title that emphasizes your main point. It should be catchy and maybe provoking. Do your research and make sure your facts are correct. It is important that you can support your argument and use examples to explain your points. Keep it concise. The length will depend on the publication that you are writing for. Editorials usually range from 500 to 1,500 words. But if you were writing as part of a course's evaluation component, refer to the assignment guidelines. Student tip, 164 or editorial writing, persuading the audience. In an editorial, you need to persuade your audience that your opinion matters. You should support your opinion with a sound argument and believable evidence. Don't simply reject one side of an issue. Instead, provide clear explanations on why you disagree with one side of an issue, and then provide evidence to support your opinion. But be careful. Although you may need to include statistics, you don't want to overwhelm your audience with too many facts and statistics. Activities check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/. Writing, P = 254 and H5P to 23. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. Editorial writing or 165. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/. Scholarly writing, P254, #H5P to 24. 166 or editorial writing. Literature review, what it is? A literature review involves summarizing what is known about a particular topic based on your examination of existing scholarly sources. You may be asked to write a literature review as a standalone assignment or as part of a larger assignment or research project. It will provide you and your readers with a summary of what is known and the gaps and inconsistencies in the existing literature and/or research approaches used. A literature review involves synthesizing ideas. A synthesis combines multiple ideas and text into a larger whole. When you are synthesizing multiple texts, you should organize your writing based on the content as opposed to the individual sources. Consider the similar themes across multiple sources and organize your writing according to these themes. You should identify the main ideas in the literature and contrast them with purpose. Table 4.4 describes the types of literature reviews used in nursing. Various approaches can be used to frame reviews, but all literature reviews involve synthesis skills, with the exception of annotated bibliographies. Table 4.4, Types of Literature Reviews. Literature Review, or 167. Type of Literature Review, Focus, Relevance, Use. An alphabetical list of texts on a specific topic with a brief summary of each, and annotated, sometimes an evaluation of bibliography, the quality and relevance of each. A combination of descriptive and critical writing organizes the main ideas and your critique of multiple sources into an itemized list. Narrative review. A synthesis and critical analysis of the literature on a topic. This is not a systematic review, which provides the audience with the detailed methods used to conduct the review. Could be a standalone assignment, but is also a component of many types of assignments and forms the background, or literature review section of a paper or a study. Scoping review. A synthesis and critical analysis of the literature reviewed, focusing on a broad topic area, includes a detailed description of the methods used to conduct the review after it has been completed, often used when little is known about a topic, provides the audience with an initial understanding of the nature of the literature and the existing gaps. Systematic review. A synthesis and critical analysis of the literature reviewed on a highly conducted when a focused topic. The literature comprehensive review is review methods are detailed needed on a specific topic and established prior to conducting the literature review. How to do it? The following discussion explores annotated bibliographies and narrative reviews because these are common in undergraduate nursing curricula. 168, or literature review. Annotated bibliography. There are many ways to complete an annotated bibliography depending on the assignment requirements. See Figure 4.7, outlining the two components of the annotated bibliography, including the citation and the annotation. Figure 4.7, Components of an annotated bibliography. Here are some general steps to take when completing an annotated bibliography. 1. Identify your topic for the bibliography and the number of texts to be included. 2. If the texts are not provided for you, search the literature for articles or other types of texts that relate to your topic. 3. Take notes while reading and critiquing the identified texts. 4. Review your notes and then construct a short annotation, summarizing each text's main points. If a text presents the results of a research study, you also include the study purpose, methods, and conclusions. 5. Depending on the outlined requirements or your instructor's expectations, the annotation may also include brief comments critiquing each text, comparing and contrasting texts, and literature review, or 169, describing how each text adds to the overall topic of the bibliography. 6. A bibliographic citation is included prior to the written annotation. The citation will vary based on what reference style is required. APA formatting is often required in nursing. See Chapter 3 and Chapter 9 for more information on critiquing a text for quality and APA style rules. Narrative literature reviews. Here are some general steps for writing a narrative literature review. 1. Narrow and define your topic, and then review the existing literature in that area. You may limit your literature search to certain dates, for example, the last 5 years, or certain countries, or certain types of literature such as empirical, theoretical, and/or discussion. You need to decide what sources are acceptable to include, such as journal articles, books, and/or gray literature. You may also check the reference lists of the literature you have found. 2. Take notes about the main points and critique the literature while doing pre-reading and during the full reading of the literature that you have located. 3. Gather your notes and consider the literature you have reviewed as a whole. Think about, what are the main points across all sources reviewed? Are there common findings across sources? Do some sources contradict each other? What are the strengths and weaknesses in the literature? What are the gaps in the literature? 4. Make decisions on how to structure your review. Structure is often based on content trends across the various 170 or literature review sources. These trends can be used as subheadings to help you categorize and organize your writing. You might also organize a literature review chronologically, particularly if time is an important element. Some literature reviews are organized by method, with subsections focusing on theoretical, qualitative, survey, and intervention studies. 5. Use topic sentences in each paragraph and logically link each paragraph and section to the next. What to keep in mind. As you are writing literature reviews, keep in mind several points. Annotated bibliographies are concise and typically presented as one paragraph, ranging from 100 to 300 words, but expectations vary, so check the assignment guidelines or ask your instructor. Narrative literature reviews are much longer and vary in length based on the reason for writing it. If it is part of a larger assignment, your instructor may provide you a specific length. If it is part of an article publishing results from a study, it may serve as a background section and be fairly short, a few paragraphs. If it is part of a graduate thesis, it may form one of your chapters and may be many pages long. Activity, check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this. Literature Review, or 171, version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/ Scholarly Writing, P = 256, hashtag H5P to 25. 172, or Literature Review. Chapter Summary. You now have an initial understanding of the types of writing that may be required of you during your post-secondary nursing program. When starting an assignment, the first thing you should do is closely read the assignment guidelines and the marking rubric if you are provided one. You need to know what you are supposed to do before you do it. The next chapters will help you understand and advance your capacity to write, revise, and edit a paper and ensure academic integrity. Your writing journey. Now that you have a good sense of the different types of writing, you should focus on what is being asked of you in assignments. Pay attention to the language that your instructor provides. Are they asking you to persuade, describe, or reflect on a particular topic? This will help you establish a writing style and is a crucial step to determine before you write an outline. Remember, the type of writing will influence what information you choose to put forward to the reader. It will be an important basis for the whole paper. So as you formulate your ideas, you should reflect on whether you are trying to influence an opinion, merely share information, or engage in self-analysis. You're almost ready to start an outline. Chapter Summary, or 173rd, 174, or Chapter Summary. Chapter 5, The Fundamentals of Writing. Chapter 5, The Fundamentals of Writing, or 175th, 176. Chapter 5, The Fundamentals of Writing. Chapter 5, Learning. Objectives. By the end of this chapter, you will be able to construct your writing to align with the audience, reader, and purpose. Appraise sentence and paragraph construction. Describe common errors in writing. Chapter 5, Learning Objectives, or 177. Overview, the fundamentals of writing. Learning the fundamentals of writing is a continuous journey. Some of you will enter post-secondary education with extensive experience, while others will have more limited experience. Consider this an opportunity to refine and advance your writing skills. This chapter will introduce you to identifying your writing purpose and figuring out who your audience and reader are. It will also provide opportunities to reflect on some foundations related to grammar, such as point of view, use of pronouns, and tone of writing, as well as ideas for optimizing your use of language. Let's continue the journey. 178, or Overview, the Fundamentals of Writing. Audience and Reader. During your university education, you will be expected to write a variety of assignments. Your instructor is always your reader, but your instructor is not necessarily your audience. Your audience is the person or group that you are trying to influence. For example, you may be asked to choose a healthcare issue and write about it. You might write a text with a focus on influencing the provincial government about the risks associated with approving cannabis store locations that are near schools. In this case, the government is your audience, but your instructor is still your reader and the person who will evaluate your writing. You should tailor the content and style of writing to your audience. You also pay attention to semantics so that you choose words appropriate for your audience. Your audience will vary depending on the topic and purpose of your writing. It may include nurses and other healthcare professionals, educators, researchers, clinicians, students, policymakers, clients, families, healthcare leaders and administrators, or a combination of all of these individuals. If you are writing for nurses, a certain amount of clinical terminology can be expected, whereas if you are writing for clients, you should assume they don't necessarily have a healthcare background and use lay language instead. Regardless of your audience, you should always write clearly, concisely, and congruently. These are all attributes of scholarly writing. Audience and reader, or 179. Figure 5.1, various audiences. Considerations. When making decisions about the audience, consider some of the following questions. What does the audience already know about my topic? Can I use simple or complex terms? Can I use jargon? To what degree should I provide definitions of terms? Can I assume a political stance? What will compel the audience? Will personal accounts, case studies, or statistics be more influential to persuade the audience? What ideological assumptions should I use? For example, does 180, or audience and reader. The audience support the topic, or are you presenting radical ideas? How do I want the audience to feel after reading my work? 4. Example. What emotions will you evoke in your writing, for example, desire for change? Or do you want just them to consider an issue carefully? Audience and reader, or 181. Writing purpose. You should identify your purpose before you start writing. This purpose will guide your writing process and your decisions about how to write and what to include. Sometimes your instructor will provide a purpose for your writing. Other times, your purpose will depend on what effect you want your writing to have on your audience. What is your goal? What do you hope for your audience to think, feel, or do after reading it? To figure out your purpose, start by looking at the course assignment guidelines. The verbs in your guidelines can help you determine the purpose of your writing. Once you know your ultimate goal, you can choose appropriate language. The verbs that you use will help your audience anticipate the direction of your work and also ensure congruence in your writing. For example, if your purpose is to argue, the audience can expect a debate with information strategically presented to convey a point of view. Instead, if your purpose is to inform the audience, your writing may be neutral with no specific point of view. Here are a few possible purposes. Persuade, inspire your audience to act or think about an issue from your point of view. Challenge your audience or make them question their thinking or behavior. Argue for or against something your audience believes or change their minds or behavior. Inform, teach your audience about a topic they don't know much about. Connect with your audience emotionally and help them feel understood. Motivate your audience to continue to research, investigate, and learn about the topic. Inspire your audience to share and apply what they learn too. 182, or writing purpose. Their nursing practice. Student tip. Purpose statement. Writing an effective and scholarly purpose statement is important because it guides your writing and tells the reader the focus of your paper. Here are some tips. Consider the audience and write it clearly and concisely. You want your reader to understand it. A one-sentence statement is effective and to the point. You should avoid long purpose statements because they tend to be confusing to the reader. Choose your verbs purposefully based on what you actually will do in the paper and make sure they are aligned with the assignment guidelines. You should limit the number of verbs you use to less than 2 verbs, but 1 is fine as well. Use present tense in the purpose statement and avoid future tense. Write it with confidence. Avoid words like think and believe. Use pronouns consistently within your purpose statement. Don't shift from first person to third person or vice versa. More about pronouns on the next page. Use first or third person point of view. More about writing purpose or 183. This on the next page. Attribution statement. Content from this page was remixed with our own original content and with editorial changes adapted from The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Jaime Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosier, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd 184 or writing purpose. Point of view and pronouns. Point of view, POV, is the perspective used when writing a text. POV is best understood through pronoun usage and described as first person, second person, or third person. See Table 5.1 about the use of POV. Table 5.1, use of POV, point of view and pronouns, or 185, POV examples when it is used in nursing. First person POV uses pronouns such as I, our, and we. I didn't know how to respond when I observed the way the nurse spoke to the patient. Our study findings illuminate the need for hand washing when nurses come in contact with body fluids. We reviewed the literature and garnered the following insights. Used when referring to yourself I, or when you are referring to yourself with others we, our. Typically used when the author is reflecting on a personal professional experience. Also commonly used when presenting findings from qualitative research and sometimes quantitative research. Benefits are that it is a clear way of writing, and the reader always knows who is speaking. It also helps to avoid anthropomorphism in your writing. You should avoid language, such as the chapter outlines the steps of the research process. Remember, the chapter is a non-human object and can't outline anything. A better alternative is, in this chapter, the steps of the research process are outlined. Another example of anthropomorphism is the experiment tested how best to treat pain in a pediatric populations. A better alternative. In this study, researchers conducted an experiment about how best to treat pain in a pediatric population. 186, or point of view and pronouns. Second, your diet should include a person POV variety of healthy foods. Each uses pronouns they. Such as you will note from the and your exemplar the following 4 main ideas. You should look at your incision every day for signs of infection such as redness. Used when you are addressing one or more readers specifically. It is not considered scholarly, so you would avoid using it in an academic paper. Often used for informational and instructional resources for clients and families. Use of the pronoun you makes the message applicable to the reader and draws them into the message. Third person POV uses pronouns such as she, he, they, it, and their. It also identifies people using nouns, for example, the researcher. The researchers concluded that effective communication leads to enhanced therapeutic relationships between the nurse and client. Their assessment of the literature revealed that discussions about the home environment led to more open discussions about interpersonal violence. Research conducted by Trudeau and colleagues influenced how nursing care was delivered. Used when the intention is to provide an objective perspective to the writing and eliminate subjectivity. In nursing, it is typically used in policy papers and often when presenting quantitative findings. Here's some other important points to consider when choosing your pronouns. Whatever POV you use, consistency is paramount. If you start writing a text in third person POV, use it consistently throughout your text. Don't move back and forth between third person and second person, or first person and second person. It confuses the reader. Your choice of POV is influenced by the purpose and audience for your writing. Reflect on how the use of I first. Person, use second person, and the researcher, they third. Person will influence your message. Point of view and pronouns, or 187. Watch out for gendered assumptions in your use of pronouns, like he or she. Assumption of gender is a common error. For example, historically, nursing has been a female profession, but now, all genders are represented in the field. Avoid statements like a nurse should assess her client's preferences before suggesting healthy ways of eating. This is incorrect because the pronoun use of her assumes that all nurses are female. It is also incorrect because it sounds possessive, as if the nurse owns the client. It can easily be modified to, nurses should assess clients' preferences before suggesting healthy ways of eating. And the second error related to pronouns and gender is to assume a binary in which only two genders exist. Gender exists on a continuum, and you may already be aware of the recent movement to embrace the pronoun they in both a singular and plural capacity. Before starting a class assignment, you might want to have a discussion with your instructor about this. Don't assume gender when citing an author. Avoid using she or he if an author's name is traditionally perceived as female, for example, Lisa Dottie, or male, for example, Martin Lynn. Rather, it is best to use their last name, for example. In Dottie's research, it was found. Student tip. Is first-person point of view, POV, scholarly? 188, or point of view in pronouns. You may be wondering, is first-person POV considered scholarly? Can I use first-person POV when writing papers in my courses? The short answer to the first question is yes, first-person POV is scholarly. The answer to the second question is a bit more complex. It is still being debated among nursing instructors, so it's best to check with your instructor if you are unsure. Avoid the royal editorial, we and our. The royal or editorial we or our is when you use a plural pronoun when in fact you should be specific about who you are referring to in your writing. Example, ineffective. We are known to be an empathetic profession. Effective. The profession of nursing is known to be empathetic. Ineffective. It is part of our role to advocate for patients. Effective. An important part of the nursing role is patient advocacy. Activities check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here, pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, Pequel, TO 151 H5P to 39. Point of view and pronouns, or 189. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, Pequel, TO, and 51 to H5P to 40. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, Pequel, TO 151 to H5P to 41. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, Pequel, TO 151 to H5P to 42, 190, or point of view and pronouns. Tone of writing. Tone of writing identifies a writer's attitude toward a subject or audience. It influences the message, as well as the audience's mood and receptiveness. In conversation, you can usually determine a person's tone quite easily based on the speaker's pitch, speed, and loudness of their voice. A friend telling you about being accepted into nursing school may use an energetic and excited tone, while an instructor talking about academic integrity and plagiarism may use a matter-of-fact and serious tone. In writing, you need to think more carefully about tone because you can't rely on your spoken voice. Tone is conveyed by a range of elements: the level of formality, point of view, word choice, and punctuation. Your audience is relying on written text only, so be careful to ensure your tone isn't misinterpreted. You may use a combination of tones in your writing, for example, both scientific and professional or critical and political. Regardless of the tone you want to convey, it is important to be consistent throughout your paper. Tone of writing, or 191. Tone. Writer, style, mood, figure 5.2, tone of writing. Student tip, reader, do not use an informal tone. It is never okay to use an informal tone in scholarly writing or any professional communications, such as an email with your instructor. All communications should involve a professional tone. 192, or tone of writing. Here are a few examples of different tones. Click on each to learn more. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarly writing P = 267 #H5P to 43. Activities, check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here, pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarly writing P = 267 #H5P to 44. How would you rephrase these statements to make them more scholarly? An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarly writing P = 267 #H5P to 45. Tone of writing or 193. Originality in writing. Originality in writing means integrating your own authentic voice into what you are trying to say. We all have authentic voices, and integrating that voice into your writing is important. An original voice does not mean you have to write about a new idea, although you might. Rather, it means making it your own. And yet, writing with originality is difficult. It takes practice to bring out your voice and use it well in your writing. It takes dedication to cultivating your voice, and it takes safe spaces and mentorship to feel empowered to share your voice. There are many ways to cultivate originality in your writing. First, recognize that your own voice and experiences and emotions are important. Start by brainstorming about your own experiences and emotions related to the topic you are writing about. While reflecting, write openly and freely under the assumption that only you need to read these brainstorming notes. Encourage yourself to be vulnerable and courageous. Then, you can decide later what parts you feel comfortable sharing in your paper. Use the literature to support your ideas, but also think critically about the literature and the ideas of others. Embrace your critical voice and consider, is there another way to think about it than what is presented in the literature? What element of analysis can you bring to your writing in terms of critiquing the literature? Also, don't fully rely on the literature to the point that your voice is missing. Remember, your voice is important and valued. The risk of using too many quotations is that your writing will lack originality, and as a result, it will appear that you are just reproducing what someone else has said. Most times, it is fine to write a paper with no quotations. Consider 194 or originality in writing. How you can reshape existing information from your own point of view and think about it in a unique way. Present the information in a unique way or from a unique perspective. If done correctly, creativity can be used to make your writing original and done so in a scholarly way. There are many ways to be creative in scholarly writing, including the purposeful integration of a short reflection or story, a powerful quote that you personalize, a metaphor or symbolism, poetry, and imagery. However, you must think carefully and critically about how to integrate a creative element into your writing, as there is always the risk that writing may appear as non-scholarly. Originality in writing or 195th. Sentence and paragraph. Construction. You should construct your paragraphs and sentences with intention because these elements are the building blocks of scholarly writing. Plan your writing by briefly outlining the main idea of each paragraph. Each paragraph should convey one main point, usually identified in the first sentence, that links to the overarching purpose of your paper. This is often referred to as your topic sentence. Each paragraph should include several sentences supporting this main point. The end of each paragraph should link to the next paragraph to enhance flow of the overall paper. Watch film clip 5.1 about the building blocks of paragraphs. One or more interactive elements has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view them online here, pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarly writing P = 269 #OEmbed1. Film clip 5.1, Building Blocks of a Paragraph 131, Paragraph and sentence length will vary depending on the length of your paper and the complexity of the ideas. For example, you wouldn't use a one-page paragraph in a three-page paper. Overly long sentences and paragraphs can be unclear and confusing to your reader. The most important thing to keep in mind is that the amount of space needed to develop one idea will likely be different than the amount of space needed to develop another. When is a paragraph complete? When it's fully developed. Check out Table 196, or Sentence and Paragraph Construction, 5.2 for some pointers on when to end a paragraph and when to. Combine paragraphs. Table 5.2, Paragraph Pointers. Signals that it's time to end a paragraph and start a new one. You're ready to begin developing a new idea. You want to emphasize a new point by setting it apart. You're getting ready to continue discussing the same idea, but in a different way, for example, shifting from comparison to contrast. You notice that your current paragraph is getting too long, more than 3/4 of a page or so, and you think your writers will need a visual break. Signals that you may want to combine paragraphs. You notice that some of your paragraphs appear to be short and choppy. You have multiple paragraphs on the same topic. You have undeveloped material that needs to be united under a clear topic. Student tip: paragraph and sentence length. Although there are exceptions, here are some guiding principles for paragraph and sentence length. 1. Sentences should be no longer than 3 lines. Longer sentences can be complex and confusing. It's Sentence and Paragraph Construction, or 197. Best to write more concisely and/or divide the sentence into 2 sentences. 2. Paragraphs should be at least 3 to 8 sentences. 3. In a double-spaced paper, paragraphs should be about 1/2 to 3/4 of a page. Longer paragraphs tend to be confusing and usually include more than one idea or repetitive information. Try to make your writing more concise. The number of paragraphs shares similar qualities to paragraph length. You may have been asked in the past to write a 5-paragraph essay. There's nothing inherently wrong with a 5-paragraph essay, but just like sentence length and paragraph length, the number of paragraphs in an essay depends on what's needed to get the job done. There's really no way to know that until you start writing. Try not to worry too much about the exact length and number of paragraphs. Start writing and see where the essay and the paragraphs take you. You'll have plenty of time to sort out the organization during the revision process. You're letting your ideas unfold. Give yourself and your ideas the space to let that happen. Attribution statement. Content from this page was remixed with our own original content and with editorial and formatting changes adapted from The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Chamie. 198, or Sentence and Paragraph Construction. Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosevier. Licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd. Sentence and Paragraph Construction, or 199. Clear and complex language. Your choice of words while writing a paper is important because it influences a reader's interpretation of the meaning. Choose clear and specific words. Avoid broad and general terms, such as government or hospitals, which can be ambiguous. Use more specific language. For example, you could say members of the provincial government or hospitals in urban settings. In nursing, a common error is to homogenize clients as a distinct population. For clarity, it is best to further define what you mean. For example, clients with congenital heart disease. Some words are commonly misused in scholarly writing and lead to a lack of clarity. Here are some examples. Hard, this word implies something that is firm and solid, like stone or rock. Although it can be used to refer to something that takes effort and skill, it is better to use a more scholarly word such as difficult, for example. It was difficult to decide where to go to school. Mentioned, this word usually implies something that was briefly referred to. It is better to use words like described, discussed, or stated, for example. Machu et al. Stated that moral distress is experienced more by novice nurses. Several, this word generally refers to 3 of something as, opposed to a couple, which refers to 2 of something. Proves. In nursing, this word indicates that you have evidence. That supports the claim. Unless the claim is statistically proven with high-quality evidence, it's better to use words like indicates or suggests. Correlates. In nursing, this word refers to a relationship between two things that is supported by statistical data. Otherwise, it's best to use words like corresponds or is associated with. 200, or clear and complex language. Table 5.3, language to avoid in scholarly writing. Clear and complex language, or 201. Language to avoid examples. Jargon refers to language, abbreviations, or terms that are used by specific groups, typically people involved in a profession. Using jargon within that group makes conversations simpler, and it works because everyone in the group knows the terms. The problem with using jargon when writing is that if your reader has no idea of what those terms mean, you'll lose them. If you decide jargon is useful based on your audience's knowledge, then at least explain each complex term when you first introduce it. Biological and social capital are influenced by material conditions. Better option, a client's socioeconomic status influences their social relationships and health and wellness state. 202, or clear and complex language. Colloquial phrasing. Colloquial phrasing is familiar, everyday slang language. It includes informal words that often change with passing fads. Many people use slang when speaking or texting, but understanding may be limited to a specific group of people. On the other hand, it has been noted that the tympanic route enhances temperature accuracy. Better option. Conversely, it has been noted that the tympanic route enhances temperature accuracy. The study found that drug seekers are frequent flyers. Better option. The study found that people with addiction seek healthcare often. They made a big deal of the issue. Better option. The issue was viewed as an important problem. The healthcare team was stuck in their old ways of nursing practice. Better option. The healthcare team was comfortable with the status quo in terms of their nursing practice. Grieving the death of a parent is very hard. Better option. It is difficult to grieve the death of a parent. Only time will tell whether these therapeutic interventions are effective. Clichés. Clichés are descriptive expressions that are often not understood because they have lost their original meaning due to overuse. Writing that uses clichés lacks professionalism and original insight. Better option. Further research will provide evidence about the effectiveness of these therapeutic interventions. It is important that nurses read between the lines when reading new policy. Better option. It is important that nurses look for hidden or implied meaning when reading new policy statements. Simpler language can help make a text available to everyone. However, overly simple language may frustrate some readers. Using more complex language allows a writer to add deeper layers of information and meaning to a text. This can work if the audience is clear and complex language, or 203, familiar with the language being used. But if they're not, they may find the text confusing, irritating, or even impossible to understand. Think critically about whether simpler or complex language should be used based on your audience and purpose. Attribution statement. Content from the final paragraph and content on jargon was adapted from with editorial changes. The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Jaime Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosier, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial for international license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd. 204, or clear and complex language. Respectful and inclusive language. The field of nursing is orientated towards social justice, so it is important to be attentive to the power and use of language. Use respectful and inclusive language that is not oppressive. Figure 5.3. Respectful and inclusive language labels are words and phrases that describe and categorize people in ways that are overpowering and demeaning. Labels can be used as tools to oppress or subjugate populations and reduce persons to their pathology. See Table 5.4 for examples of inclusive language that can replace labeling language. Table 5.4, Labeling and Inclusive Language. Respectful and inclusive language, or 205. Labeling language, inclusive language. The demented patient, the person living with dementia. The autistic child. The psych patient. The child living with autism. The client with a mental health disorder. Some language can be demeaning based on its connotative value. For example, a feeling or idea attached to a word. Words have denotative and connotative meanings. A denotation is the dictionary or literal definition of a word. A connotation is the cultural meaning or feeling or idea attached to a word. It can be positive, negative, or neutral. For example, vagrant and homeless have the same denotative meaning, but vagrant has a negative connotation. Thus, in scholarly writing, you should use the word homeless instead. Consider your word choices carefully based on the connotative meaning of a word. Check out Film Clip 5.1 about denotative and connotative languages. One or more interactive elements has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view them online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting p=277 #OEmbed1. Film Clip 5.2 Denotative and Connotative Language 153. Student Tip 206 or Respectful and Inclusive Language. Scholarly language. To decide whether you are using scholarly language, ask yourself, does it take an expert to understand what you're trying to convey? If so, is your audience composed of experts? Is your language a reflection of how you would like to be perceived professionally? Are complex terms well-defined in your paper? Could someone take offense to your use of words? Respectful and inclusive language? Or 207. Commonly confused words. There are many words that are commonly confused and used inappropriately. Click on the words below if you struggle with them or are curious about which to use and in which context. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here, pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/. Scholarly writing? p=279 #H5P to 46. Activities, check your understanding. An interactive HSP element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here, pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/. Scholarly writing, p=279 and H5P to 47. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here, 208 or commonly confused words. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/. Scholarly writing, p=279 #H5P to 48. Attribution statement. Other than the activities, content from this page was adapted from, with editorial changes and nursing examples. Writing for Success One Stone Canadian edition by Tara Horkoff is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial, Share Alike 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writingforsuccess/.commonly confused words or 209. Other grammar and style. Tips. You probably learned a lot about grammar and style rules before entering post-secondary school. Clauses, contractions, modifiers, comma splice. Is this sounding familiar? This section reviews some common errors that instructors see in papers written by nursing students. Check out Table 5.5 for some of the common errors made in writing. Table 5.5 Common Grammar Errors 210 or other grammar and style tips. Common errors example correction. Contraction. It's best to evaluate the use to physical environment of words that are the home prior to hospital combined discharge for clients within complex care needs and apostrophe. Limitations in physical should be mobility. Avoided in scholarly writing. It is best to evaluate the physical environment of the home prior to hospital discharge for clients with complex care needs and limitations in physical mobility. Excessive modifiers, descriptors. These are adjectives and adverbs that describe nouns and verbs. Excessive use of these words to describe something that is already descriptive is distracting to the reader. These nursing interventions were extremely effective. The client was quite upset after receiving the diagnosis. 1. Avoid use of words such as very, quite, and extremely. These nursing interventions were effective. The client was upset after receiving the diagnosis. RN prescribing has a use. A potential to increase : is used access to care, as well as to connect increased healthcare to closely system efficiencies. Related independent examples of determinants clauses. Group of health include income, of words that education, gender, can stand culture. Alone as a punch note. The words after complete the semicolon do not sentence. Form a complete clause. Semicolons are also used to separate items in a long list. RN prescribing has a potential to increase access to care. This shift in practice can also increase healthcare system efficiencies. Examples of determinants of health include income, education, gender, and culture. Other grammar and style tips are 211. Omission of listing comma. This comma is used to separate the items in a list of two or more. The comma that comes before the final item is called the Oxford comma, and it is typically used in academic writing. Common areas of study in Year 1 nursing include writing, therapeutic communication, and biology. Common areas of study in Year 1 nursing include writing, therapeutic communication, and biology. Comma splice, two independent clauses that is complete sentences joined with a comma. It is important for clients to receive sufficient sleep. Receive sufficient sleep. Researchers have found that lack of sleep has been shown to slow healing. Shown to slow healing. Run-on sentence, two independent clauses joined with no intervening punctuation that is run together. Clients who are at risk for premature death due to risky health behaviors such as unprotected sex and illegal drug use may benefit from attending nurse and peer facilitated health promotion programs because these programs can provide opportunities for clients to receive support from nurses and for clients to speak with other clients who have had similar experiences. Clients who engage in risky health behaviors such as unprotected sex and illegal drug use are at risk of premature death. These clients may benefit from attending nurse and peer facilitated health promotion programs. These types of programs provide opportunities for clients to receive support from nurses and for clients to speak with other clients who have had similar experiences. 212, or other grammar and style tips. Verb form or verb tense error, a verb that is in the incorrect form or in the incorrect tense. The nurse spoke with the client's family. The nurse spoke with the client's family. Wrong preposition, the preposition chosen is incorrect. The nurse gave instructions for the client. The nurse gave instructions to the client. Apostrophe error, using an apostrophe when one isn't needed, or leaving out the apostrophe when it is needed, or putting the apostrophe in the incorrect place. Nurses are integral to the healthcare system. Nurses' philosophy of care is central to how they practice. Nurses are integral to the healthcare system. Nurses' philosophy of care is central to how they practice. Student tip. Emphasis of words. When emphasis is required for a word or short phrase, or to introduce an important term, do not bold the word and do not place single quotation marks around it. Rather, apa. Other grammar and style tips, or 213. 2020 indicates to use italics if needed, but usually the syntax of the sentence is sufficient to emphasize a word or introduce an important term. Attribution statement. Descriptions of the last 6 common errors were adapted from, with editorial changes, The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Jamie Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosier, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 International license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd 214 or other grammar and style tips. Chapter summary. This chapter has helped you refine your writing skills. You learn to reflect on the audience and purpose of your writing, as well as the point of view and tone of your writing. You also considered sentence and paragraph construction, language, and grammar. It will take practice and time to refine your skills. Your writing journey. Now that you have thought more deeply about your writing purpose, consider your audience. You now have the tools for engaging in detective work, reading between the lines of what is expected in your writing. Right from the start, you should think about who you are writing for, in what voice, and common pitfalls to avoid. Start by identifying the expectations of the writing assignment and considering the structure of your paper. This is the scaffolding for good scholarly writing. chapter summary, or 215, 216, or chapter summary. Chapter 6, the writing process and pre-writing. Chapter 6, the writing process and pre-writing, or 217, 218, or Chapter 6, the writing process and pre-writing. Chapter 6, learning. Objectives. By the end of this chapter, you will be able to describe the writing process, evaluate thesis statements, explain how to develop outlines. Chapter 6, learning objectives, or 219. Overview the writing process. This chapter will introduce you to the writing process, the steps involved between receiving an assignment from your instructor to handing in your paper. Figure 6.1 illustrates the writing process. Figure 6.1, the writing process. A successful writing project includes the following phases. 1. Pre-writing, generate and begin to develop ideas to write. 220, or overview, the writing process. About. As a starting point, read the writing assignment, determine what is required and what you will focus on. You may need to conduct research during this phase. 2. Outlining a structure of ideas, determine the paper's overall organizational structure, and create an outline to organize these ideas. This phase usually involves elaborating on the initial ideas. 3. Writing a rough draft. Use the work completed in the pre-writing and outlining phases to develop a first draft. It should cover the ideas that you brainstormed and follow the organizational plan that you laid out. 4. Revising, review the draft and reshape its content to ensure it flows smoothly. This stage involves moderate and sometimes major changes, adding or deleting paragraphs, phrasing the main point differently, expanding on an important idea, reorganizing content, etc. 5. Editing, review the draft again to make changes that improve. Style and adherence to standard writing conventions. For example, you may replace a vague word with a more precise one, or correct errors in grammar and spelling. Once this stage is complete, the writing process is finished and your work is ready to share with others. Check out audio podcast 6.1, in which Dr. Annette Bailey from the Daphne Cockwell School of Nursing at Toronto Metropolitan University shares her insights about writing and transferring your thinking onto paper. Overview, the writing process, or 221. One or more interactive elements has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view them online here. pressbooks.library.torontomo.ca/.scholarlywriting, p=2154 #OEmbed1, audio podcast 6.1, insights about writing 753. See bottom of page for transcript of audio podcast 6.1. Student tip 222, or overview the writing process. The iterative process of writing. The writing process is not linear. You should move back and forth between the phases. For example, you might recheck the assignment guidelines to verify that your topic, pre-writing and writing, meets expectations. Or you might brainstorm some ideas, do some research, and only then begin thinking about the main idea or thesis of your paper. Activity, check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here, pressbooks.library.torontomo.ca/.scholarlywriting, p=2154 #H5P to66. Attribution statement. The writing process content was adapted from, with editorial changes. Writing for Success 1 Stone Canadian edition by Tara Horkoff. Is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial. Overview the writing process, or 223. Share alike for international license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writingforsuccess/.transcript of audio podcast. 6.1. Hello, my name is Dr. Annette Bailey, Associate Professor at the Daphne Cockwell School of Nursing. I'd like to take a few minutes to share some insights with you on the topic of writing. Over my years of teaching, I often hear students say they don't have the writing skills to make meaning come alive on the pages. So I say to students, if they are able to think, they are able to write, because writing is about thinking. Writing is simply transferring your thinking onto paper. However, you must have the right thinking space, time, clarity of mind, and not be overly stressed to facilitate your deepest and most reflective thinking. So how do you prepare for writing? Here are a few tips. 1. The critical first step in writing is to have a sound idea of the main message you want to relay. In other words, what is your paper about? If you are writing a piece for yourself, you likely have an idea you are passionate about. If you are writing for an assignment for which a topic is given, then you need to figure out how to put your spin on the topic. Ask yourself what it is about this topic that I am passionate about, or what is of interest to me about this topic. Whenever possible, choose topics that you are curious about, or one you have an interest in pursuing knowledge on. 2. Secondly, create a detailed outline. Once you have your topic and you know the main message you want to convey in your paper, begin writing ideas down related to that message, and use those ideas to create a detailed outline that you can use as a guide, one that provides a process or a sequence for building and connecting ideas in the paper. Once you have the basic outline, decide what you want to include under each heading or subheading in the paper using bullet points. Then search the literature to find insights to support your ideas. You may also want to look for literature that may conflict your ideas or thoughts so that you can build good debatable. 224 or overview, the writing process. Argumentation throughout your paper. Some writers do the literature research. In advance of writing, I find that literature review occurs throughout the writing process for me, as I usually get new ideas in the process of writing that require support or substantiation. The literature is used to help bring clarity or expand on your ideas, or to build evidence into your paper. I usually encourage students not to simply rely on what the literature has to say. Bring your own ideas and ways of understanding what the literature has to say. Remember, you are using the literature to support your ideas, not the other way around. 3. Third, see the big picture of your paper. Look at your outline that you have created and try to see the big picture of your paper. As you document your ideas in the outline, ensure that ideas are coinciding throughout the paper so that your finished paper does not appear fragmented. Ideas should link nicely throughout the paragraphs, the sections, and the entire paper. Look at this process of writing your paper like building a human being. Let me explain. Start with ideas representing bones. Connect ideas, which is constructing the skeleton. Support ideas with the literature, which is adding muscles to skeleton. Bring originality and creativity to your ideas, which is adding organs. And build critical perspectives, which is like adding the brain. You have now built a scholar on paper. Originality, creativity, and critical thinking are hallmarks of writing, so bring your own unique ways of thinking into your writing. Critical thinking is not only about making sure that ideas are connected throughout the paper, it is also about the uniqueness of the ideas and the ways in which they are presented to entice and excite the reader. Critical writing is about critical thinking, as I mentioned earlier. It is the critical things that come to mind that you then document on paper. Two writers can say something very similar, but the way it is written is the key to igniting a certain reaction from the reader. So, the way you use words matter. Never be afraid to use words creatively. Don't let words scare you. But, having said that, it is important that you write in the most simplistic, easy-to-understand manner. There is an art to using simple words. Your overview, the writing process, or 225. Simplest writing is the most sophisticated writing. Make your writing clear. Ensure that ideas flow well. Look at transition between your sentences. Look at transition between paragraphs and sections of the paper. Your main message should be well woven throughout your entire paper. There is such thing called writer's fatigue. If you find that you are having trouble generating ideas, maybe you have just spent 2 hours writing one paragraph, and the ideas are no longer emerging in your mind. Try a different approach. How about speaking into an audio recorder, or exploring your ideas with a friend or family member while recording the conversation, or going for a walk to refresh and process your thoughts? What else can I tell you about writing? Well, writing is a messy process. You cannot write a polished paper without going through many different iterations. You will find that you are restructuring and rebuilding the paper as you progress in the writing process. So it is important to start writing your paper early so that you have enough time. That's it for now. Be sure to check out my article, Building a Scholar in Writing BSW, a model for developing students' critical writing skills, published in the Nurse Education and Practice Journal. 226, or Overview, the writing process, the starting point. Now that you have a basic understanding of the writing process, what are the first steps when starting to write a paper? First step, read the assignment guidelines carefully. Second step, think about you in relation to the topic. Step 1, review assignment guidelines. Highlight the key points when you read the guidelines and the marking rubric, if provided. You need to know what is expected of you before you start writing. Look for the verbs in the assignment and on the rubric. Are you being asked to reflect, analyze, argue, or something else? These verbs will help you determine what is expected and the type of writing that is required from you. Schedule the timing of when you will engage in each phase of the writing process. See Figure 6.2. Many factors will affect how long it will take you to write a paper. The length of the paper itself, the complexity of the ideas in the paper, the amount of research that is required before writing a paper, and all of your other competing obligations. For example, if you are expected to conduct a literature review, that will take you longer than writing a 2-page reflection, where you are only asked to incorporate one reference. The starting point, or 227. Figure 6.2, scheduling your timing. Step 2, think about you in relation to the topic. Before beginning the writing process, think about your positionality in relation to the topic. Positionality means how you position yourself in relation to a topic, informed by your identity. To highlight your positionality, it is important to understand your identities. Canty and Kantrowitz-Gordon, 2024. As you begin to understand your positionality, you can challenge yourself to be reflexive by examining your emotions, feelings, assumptions, and biases surrounding the topic. These influence what you write about and how you write. Every decision you make in writing what you, 228, or the starting point, choose to write, how you describe the event, what you compare, contrast, conveys meaning. It is helpful to be aware of the meaning that underpins your writing so that you can be consistent and intentional in how you write. Early in your writing journey, you may be more comfortable with a more neutral or objective tone. As your writing evolves, you will become more skilled at integrating yourself into writing via tone, style, and delivery. Student tip: time management. Time management is important because you will have many nursing assignments. Start by writing the due date on your calendar, and then work backward from the due date to set aside blocks of time when you will work on the assignment. Always plan multiple writing sessions per assignment. Don't try to move through all phases of the writing process in one evening. Trying to work that fast is stressful and does not yield great results. You will plan better, think better, and write better if you space out the steps. Activity: check your understanding. The starting point, or 229. An interactive HSP element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here, pressbooks.library.torontomood.ca/. Scholarly writing, P = T156 #H5P to 75. References Canty L. and Kantrowitz-Gordon, the FERT. 2024 Early View. Understanding Positionality and Reflexivity in Scholarly Writing. Journal of Midwifery and Women's Health. DOI.org/10.1111/.jmmejiwat. 13,0675. Attribution Statement. Content for this page was remixed with our original ideas and adapted with editorial changes from Writing for Success, One Stone Canadian edition by Tara Horkoff. Is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial. Share Alike 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writingforsuccess/.230, or the starting point. Brainstorming to get started. There is no one right way to begin the writing journey. You might be given a topic or be instantly inspired by a topic. You might dive right in by writing complete sentences and paragraphs, or start with some brainstorming or free writing. Some people choose their strategy based on the particular writing task and how familiar they are with the topic. You need to determine what works best for you. Brainstorming encompasses several methods that help you generate ideas and see connections between ideas without writing incomplete sentences. These methods have some common rules. Write down all of your ideas. Don't eliminate anything until you are finished brainstorming. Write in point form and don't bother with editing at this stage. Work as quickly as you can. If you get stuck, stop and review your work or get someone else's input. Clustering. A cluster is one method of brainstorming that helps you find connections between ideas, figure 6.3. It's also called a tree diagram, mind map, or spider diagram. Start with a main concept. Write it in the center of a page or screen and circle it. Next, think of ideas that connect to the main concept. Write these ideas around the main concept and draw connecting lines to the main concept. As you think of ideas that relate to any of the others, create more connections by writing those ideas around the one idea that connects them and draw connecting lines. Brainstorming to get started, or 231. Figure 6.3, clustering. Listing. Listing is just what it sounds like, making a list of ideas. Here are two kinds of lists you might use. Brainstorm list, simply make a list of all the ideas related to your topic. Don't censor your ideas, write everything down, knowing you can cross them off later. What I know, don't know lists, if you know that your topic will. Require research, you can make two lists. The first will be a list of what you already know about your topic. The second will be a list of what you don't know and will have to research. See Table 6.1. Table 6.1, Writing Lists. 232, or brainstorming to get started. What I know about dementia, what I don't know about dementia. It impacts mental ability. It affects memory. What part of the brain does it affect? It damages brain cells. What resources are available to nurses, clients, and families? There are different types. What community resources are available? The risk factors include age and genetics. Free writing. Free writing is a technique that generates text, some of which you may eventually use in your final draft, as illustrated in Figure 6.4. The rules are similar to brainstorming and clustering. Write as much as you can, as quickly as you can. Don't edit or cross anything out. If you must edit as you go, just write the correction and keep moving along. Don't go for the perfect word. Just get the idea on the page. Keep your pen, pencil, or fingers on the keyboard moving. You don't need to stay on topic or write in any order. Feel free to follow tangents. If you get stuck, write a repeating phrase until your brain gets tired and gives you something else to write. Free writing can be used just to get your mind working so that you can write an actual draft. In this case, you can write about whatever you want. Free writing to generate ideas usually works best when you start with a prompt, an idea or question that gets you started. An example of a writing prompt might be, what do I already know about this topic? Or what is the first idea I have about my topic? If you already have a list or an outline, you can free write about each item. Brainstorming to get started, or 233. K. Time to start thinking. F ideas. F say. What good T bold writ about D ha. Yes, T seems leeing. Perf I will beguy about the tha. Kring I, K N. Topic an. Then do some more. Res Figure 6.4, Free Writing. Attribution Statement. Content from this page was revised and adapted from The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Shamie Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosevier, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd. 234, or brainstorming to get started. Working with a thesis. After doing some researching and brainstorming, you have finally chosen one main idea or closely related group of ideas out of all of your possible ideas to focus on. Congratulations! Now, you need to decide what you want to say about it. If applicable, you may want to develop a working thesis to guide your drafting process. A thesis is the controlling idea of a text, often an argument. Depending on the type of text you are creating, your writing may develop, explore multiple angles, and/or support your thesis. But how do you know before getting any of the paper written exactly what your thesis is and how your sources will support it? Often you can't. The closest you can get in these cases is a working thesis, which is a best guess at what the thesis is likely to be, based on the information you're working with at this time. The main idea of it may not change, but the specifics are probably going to be tweaked a bit as you complete a draft and continue to do research. Student tip: is a thesis always needed? Not all assignments will require you to develop a thesis, but some will, especially those involving persuasive, critical, and opinion types of writing. A thesis may not be appropriate for reflective writing, annotated bibliographies, and some analytical writing. You will still have a main idea for these types of writing. In general, if you need to argue, working with a thesis or 235, something or take a stand or position, you will need a thesis statement. When in doubt, discuss it with your instructor. Attribution statement. Other than the figure and student tip, content for this page was adapted with editorial changes from The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Shami Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosevier, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 International license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd 236 or working with a thesis. Elements of a thesis. Statement. When writing an essay, you must focus on a main idea. This idea will stem from a topic you have chosen or been assigned, or from a question your instructor has asked. It is not enough merely to discuss a general topic or answer with a yes or no. You will need to form an opinion and then articulate it into a controlling idea, the main idea you will build your thesis on. A thesis is not the topic itself, but rather your interpretation of the question or subject. When an instructor presents you with a topic, ask, what do you want to say about it? Asking and answering this question is vital to forming a thesis that is specific. A thesis is typically one sentence long and appears near the end of your introduction. It is specific and focuses on 1 to 3 points related to a main idea. You will work to prove these points in the body of your paper. Thus, the thesis forecasts the content of the essay and how you will organize your information. A thesis statement does not summarize an issue, but rather helps to dissect it. A strong thesis statement. Click on the items below to understand the qualities of a strong thesis statement. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this. Elements of a thesis statement or 237 version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, P = 292 and H5P to 67. Activities, check your understanding. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, P = 292 #H5P to 68. An interactive HSP element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here. pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/.scholarlywriting, P = 292 #H5P to 69. 238 elements of a thesis statement, attribution statement. Other than the activities, content for this page was adapted with editorial changes from Writing for Success, One Stone Canadian edition by Tara Horkoff. Is licensed under Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial. Share Alike 4 International license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writingforsuccess/ Elements of a thesis statement, or 239th. Examples and pitfalls of thesis statements. The following are good examples of strong thesis statements. Thesis statement 1. To plan and fund healthcare, local health networks are better at improving the patient experience and access to care than a large central body. Thesis statement 2. Positioning clients with acute respiratory distress syndrome in the prone position increases ventilation and decreases mortality rates. Pitfalls to avoid with thesis statements. Now that you have learned about strong thesis statements, take a look at 4 pitfalls to avoid when composing a thesis as described in Table 6.2 and illustrated in Figure 6.5. Table 6.2, Pitfalls to avoid with thesis statements. 240 or examples and pitfalls of thesis statements. Pitfall example of weak thesis statements. Simply declaring your subject or my paper explains why experience is describing what you are about to more important than knowledge. Discuss. Making an unreasonable or provincial governments should outrageous claim or insulting the double the amount of money that is opposing side. Given to hospitals. Stating an obvious fact or something that no one can disagree with. Hospitals should employ nurses. Making too broad a statement. Healthcare services are important to preventing disease. Figure 6.5, Pitfalls in thesis statements. Examples and pitfalls of thesis statements. Or 241. Student tip. Use of the first-person perspective in a thesis statement. Even in a personal essay that allows the use of the first-person perspective, your thesis should not contain phrases such as, in my opinion, or I believe. These statements reduce your credibility and weaken your argument. Your opinion will be more convincing if you use a stronger statement, such as per the evidence, I argue that shifting money to preventative healthcare is important to reduce hospital healthcare costs. Attribution statement. Content from this page was mixed with our own original content and adapted with editorial changes from Writing for Success. One Stone Canadian edition by Tara Horkoff is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial, Share Alike 4 International license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writingforsuccess/. (242) or examples and pitfalls of thesis statements. Writing a thesis statement. Readers always want to know what is the big idea. Every type of nonfiction writing, from a short essay to a 10-page term paper to a lengthy thesis or dissertation, needs a controlling idea as a spine that holds the paper together. See Figure 6.6. Look at Table 6.3, Topics and Thesis Statements for a comparison of topics and thesis statements. Table 6.3, Topics and Thesis Statements, a comparison. Topic thesis statement. Healthcare funding. To plan and fund healthcare, local health networks are better at improving the patient experience and access to care than a large central body. Acute respiratory distress syndrome. Positioning clients with acute respiratory distress syndrome in the prone position increases ventilation and decreases mortality rates. Writing a thesis statement, or 243. Figure 6.6, Thesis Skeleton. Begin by writing a working thesis statement. You will need this working thesis statement when you begin to outline and organize your assignment. As you continue to develop your paper, you can limit the working thesis statement if it is too broad or expand it if it proves too narrow for what you want to say. Each draft of the thesis, 244, or writing a thesis statement will bring you closer to the exact wording that expresses your controlling idea. Student tip. The controlling idea. The controlling idea should be broader for a longer piece of writing than for a shorter piece of writing. Make sure the controlling idea is appropriate for the length of the assignment. How many pages it will take to explain and explore the controlling or main idea in detail. Be reasonable with your estimate. Then expand or trim the controlling or main idea to match the required length. Attribution statement. Content from this page was remixed with our own original contented and adapted, with editorial changes from Writing for Success 1, Stone Canadian Edition by Tara Horkoff, is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4 International license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writingforsuccess/. Writing a thesis statement, or 245. Revising a thesis statement. Your thesis statement will probably change as you write so that it reflects exactly what you discuss in your paper. Remember, you will begin with a working thesis statement, an indefinite statement that you make about your topic early in the writing process. Working thesis statements will become stronger as you gather information and form new opinions and reasons for those opinions. Revisions will help you strengthen your thesis so that it matches what you have expressed in the body of your paper. See Table 6.4 for ways to remove irrelevant parts and revise your thesis. Table 6.4, Revising a Thesis. 246, or Revising a Thesis Statement. Step revision impact. Identify and replace all non-specific words, such as people, everything, society, or life, with more precise words to reduce any vagueness. Working thesis. University students have to work hard to succeed in school. Revised thesis. Nursing students must have discipline and persistence to manage their course workload and be successful in their course evaluations. The revised thesis makes a more specific statement about success and what it means to work hard. The original includes too broad a range of people and does not define exactly what success entails. By replacing the general words like university students and work hard, you can better focus your research and gain more direction in your writing. Clarify ideas that need explanation by asking questions that narrow your thesis. Working thesis, the welfare system is a joke. Revised thesis. The welfare system prevents people in the lower socioeconomic class from gaining employment by alluring members of that class with unearned income, instead of programs to improve their education and skill sets. Joke means many things to many people. Readers bring all sorts of backgrounds and perspectives to the reading process and would need clarification for a word so vague. This expression may also be too informal for the selected audience. By asking questions, you can devise a more precise and appropriate explanation for joke. By incorporating the answers to these questions into a thesis statement, you more accurately define your stance, which will better guide the writing of the essay. Revising a thesis statement, or 247. Replace linking verbs with action verbs. Linking verbs do provide information about a subject, such as a condition or relationship is, appear, smell, sound, but they do not describe any action. The most common linking verb is any forms of the verb to be, a verb that simply states that a situation exists. Working thesis: individuals who are homeless are not receiving adequate health care. Revised thesis: the Canadian healthcare system is not providing sufficient funding to support individuals who are homeless, resulting in inequitable healthcare resources and inadequately diverse approaches to provide required services and access to healthcare. The linking verb in this working thesis statement is the word are. Linking verbs often make thesis statements weaker because they do not express action. Reading the original thesis statement, readers might wonder why individuals who are homeless are not receiving adequate health care. The statement does not compel you to ask many more questions. You should ask yourself questions in order to replace the linking verb with an action verb, thus forming a stronger thesis statement, one that takes a more definitive stance on the issue. For example, who is not providing adequate health care to individuals who are homeless? What is considered adequate? What is the problem? What are the results? Omit any general claims that are hard to support. Working thesis, today's adolescents are too sexualized. Revised thesis, adolescents who are captivated by the sexual images on MTV are conditioned to believe that a person's worth depends on their sexuality, a feeling that harms their self-esteem and behavior. It is true that some adolescents in today's society are more sexualized than in the past, but that is not true for all. Many adolescents have strict parents, dress modestly, and do not engage in sexual activity while in middle school or high school. Here, it would be helpful to ask questions like, which adolescents? What constitutes too sexualized? Why are they choosing certain behaviors over others? Where does this behavior show up? What are the repercussions? 248th, or revising a thesis statement. Student tip: ask questions about your thesis statement. The best way to revise your thesis statement is to ask questions about it and then examine the answers to those questions. By challenging your own ideas and forming definite reasons for those ideas, you can move toward a more precise point of view, which you can then incorporate into your thesis statement. Activity: beware of the pitfalls. Some working thesis statements are provided below. Use the steps you have just learned to revise the working thesis to strengthen the statement. Working thesis: today's university students have too much stress in their life. Working thesis: children are not exercising enough. Revising a thesis statement, or 249. Attribution statement: content from this page was remixed with our own original content and adapted, with editorial changes, from Writing for Success, One Stone, Canadian edition by Tara Horkoff, is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial, Share Alike 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writingforsuccess/. 250, or revising a thesis statement, organizing and connecting ideas. Now that you have refined your topic a bit more, you can start organizing how your ideas will support your main idea or thesis. Start looking for connections as you develop a formal outline or roadmap for your paper. Having an outline and imagining how your paper will flow from one idea to the next, or from one paragraph or one section to the next, will help ensure your writing is clear and logical. You have already identified a topic and a working thesis, so now you can begin to refine this topic and further flesh out your ideas. Ask questions like, what ideas do you need to discuss in your paper to support your main idea? How many supporting ideas are needed to comprehensively discuss your main idea? Do you need to separate an idea into two ideas to fully discuss it? Should you combine two ideas into one idea because they are focusing on the same thing? How are your ideas related? Which ideas need to be discussed first or later so that the writing flows? After you have elaborated on your organizing ideas and made connections between them, you are ready to develop your outline. Organizing and connecting ideas, or 251. Attribution statement. Content from this page was adapted with editorial changes from The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Jaime Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosier, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd. 252, or organizing and connecting ideas. Developing an outline. Outlining is a useful pre-writing tool once you are at the stage where you know your topic well, or at least know the areas you want to explore. It provides a map of what your paper will look like, including its components. Traditional outline. A traditional outline, see Figure 6.7, uses a numbering and/or indentation scheme to help organize your thoughts. The outline can be written in bullet point form. Generally, you will begin with your main idea topic, perhaps stated as a thesis, if a thesis applies to the kind of paper you are writing. The main idea should be identified in the paper's introduction. Then, as per the traditional outline, place a series of subtopics, supporting ideas, usually the supports for your main point topic, and finally expand the details underneath each subtopic. Each subtopic is numbered and has the same level of indentation. Details under each subtopic are given a different style of number or letter and are indented further to the right. Each subtopic should include at least 2 details. There can be as many supporting ideas as needed to support your major idea. When you are ready to write your paper, usually one paragraph is dedicated to one supporting idea. One, major idea. Developing an outline, or 253. Supporting idea, detail, detail. Supporting idea, detail, detail, detail. Figure 6.7, traditional outline, rough outline. A rough outline is less formal than a traditional outline. You can work from a list, a brainstorm, or a free write to organize ideas into an order that makes sense to you. You might try color coding similar items and then grouping items with the same color together. Another method is to print out your pre-writing, cut it up into small pieces, and group the pieces into piles of related items. Tape the similar items together, and then put the pieces together into a whole list outline. 254, or developing an outline. Figure 6.8, rough outline using sticky notes. Structure of the paper. Part of creating an outline is thinking about how paragraphs will structure your paper. You might already be familiar with the 5-paragraph essay structure. See Figure 6.9, in which you spend the first paragraph introducing your topic, culminating in a thesis that has 3 distinct parts in 3 paragraphs, and then finish with a conclusion paragraph. Developing an outline or 255. Introduction, body, body. Conclusion. Figure 6.9, the 5-paragraph Berger structure. This structure is commonly taught in high schools, and it has some pros and some cons. See Table 6.5. Table 6.5, pros and cons of the 5-paragraph essay structure. 256, or developing an outline. Pros, cons. Developing an outline, or 257. It helps organize thoughts. It is a good introduction to a simple way of structuring an essay that lets students focus on content rather than wrestling with a more complex structure. It familiarizes students. It can be prescribed. Essays structured this way sound with a lot alike. General shape, and it isn't very flexible. Topics often don't lend themselves components easily to this structure. Of many essays, it doesn't encourage research and discussion at the depth broad university level work tends to require. Quite often, an introduction paragraph is simply not enough space for a thorough giving examination of an issue. Reader's context for this discussion, followed by a more detailed supporting discussion in the body of the essay, and ending by wrapping up the discussion and refocusing on the main idea. It is an effective 258 or developing an outline, structure for in-class essays or timed written exams. So, if the 5-paragraph essay isn't the golden ticket in university work, what is? That is a tricky question. There isn't really one prescribed structure that written university level work adheres to. Audience, purpose, length, and other considerations all help dictate what that structure will be for any given piece of writing you are doing. This chapter has provided information about some basic guidelines and best practices. When you have developed your outline, you are ready to write your first draft. Attribution statement. Other than the figures, content from this page was adapted, with editorial changes and organization changes, from Developing an Outliner 259. The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Shamie Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosevier. Licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 International license, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd 260 or Developing an Outline. Chapter Summary. This chapter has advanced your understanding of the writing process. You have now reflected on drafting and refining a thesis and the main point of your writing. A good thesis statement takes time to develop and requires several iterations. You have also had the opportunity to consider how to develop your outline. In the next chapter, you will learn about writing and drafting your paper. Your writing journey. Now, you are at the phase in your journey where you can begin to craft an outline. Understanding the iterative phases of the writing process and ways to start writing are important first steps. Always consider your positionality in relation to the topic and be open to the power of brainstorming as you determine what works best for you. A full understanding of the topic and your own positionality will allow you to draft the main idea or thesis of your assignment. However, It is important to remain open and refine your thesis as you organize and connect your ideas. Chapter Summary or 261. 262. Chapter Summary. Chapter 7. Drafting and writing a paper. Chapter 7. Drafting and writing a paper or 263. 264. Or Chapter 7. Drafting and writing a paper. Chapter 7. Learning. Objectives. By the end of this chapter, you will be able to discuss elements of a first draft, evaluate the quality of a first draft. Chapter 7. Learning Objectives, or 265. Overview, drafting, and writing a paper. The next step in the writing journey is drafting and writing the paper. A draft is a complete version of a piece of writing, but it is not the final version. After you draft a paper, you will have the opportunity to revise it and then to edit and proofread it as detailed in Chapter 8. The first draft gives you a working version that you will later improve. Basic elements of a first draft. The previous chapter taught you how to develop a topic outline to direct your writing. Here, you will learn what a first draft looks like, which will help you make the creative leap from the outline to the first draft. A first draft should include the following elements. Introduction. Piques the audience's interest, conveys what the paper is about, that is the main idea, and motivates readers to keep reading. Provides the thesis statement, if one is applicable or required, to present the controlling idea of the entire piece of writing. Body. Includes several paragraphs with a topic sentence in each paragraph that states the main idea of the paragraph and connects the idea to the thesis statement or the main idea of the paper. Supporting sentences in each paragraph develop, or 266 or overview, drafting and writing a paper. Explain the topic sentence. Depending on the type of writing, for example, reflective, persuasive, these may be specific facts, examples, anecdotes, or other details that elaborate on the topic sentence. Conclusion reinforces the main idea or thesis statement and leaves the audience with a feeling of completion. Student tip: index card. You may want to note your purpose and audience on an index card that you clip to your paper or keep next to your computer, as illustrated in Figure 7.1. Write notes to yourself on the card. For example, what the audience might not know, so that you will remember to address those issues as you write. Overview, drafting and writing a paper, or 267. Purpose audience. Figure 7.1. Index card with purpose and audience. Activities, check your understanding. An interactive HSP element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here, pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/. Scholarly writing, P equaled TU 162 H5P to 49. An interactive H5P element has been excluded from this version of the text. You can view it online here, pressbooks.library.torontomu.ca/. Scholarly writing, P equal TU 162, hashtag H5P to 50, 268, or overview. Drafting and writing a paper. Attribution statement. Content from this page was adapted with editorial changes from Writing for Success One Stone Canadian edition by Tara Horkoff is licensed under Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial. Share Alike 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at opentextdbc.ca/writingforsuccess/. Overview: Drafting and writing a paper, or 269. Writing the first draft. Writing the first draft. Now you are ready to write your first draft. Remember to consistently refer to the following items. The assignment guidelines and grading rubric, your thesis or main idea, your outline, including the connections that you have, identified between the supporting ideas, any research that you have done for this paper. How do you start writing? There are many ways. Staring at a blank page can be overwhelming, so it's best to start with what you know. You will gain momentum just by having something written down as illustrated in Figure 7.2. Figure 7.2, Gaining Momentum in Writing. 270, or Writing the First Draft. Some writers like to start by writing the introduction, because this sets the scene for the whole paper. Others prefer to write the introduction after they've completed a first draft. It doesn't matter how you start. What is important is that you constantly have in mind your main idea or thesis statement as you write. More to come on writing introductions and conclusions later in this chapter. Writing the first draft, or 271. Writing paragraphs and topic sentences. A previous chapter, Chapter 5, briefly introduced you to the fundamentals of writing in terms of paragraph and sentence construction. Here, you will learn more about developing paragraphs and topic sentences to support your ideas. Paragraphs are a group of sentences that form the main structural component of your paper. Each paragraph focuses on a single idea that relates to your main idea or thesis. A topic sentence helps you introduce a paragraph. The job of the topic sentence is to control the development and flow of the information contained in the paragraph. It shapes the specific topic of the paragraph and how you present it to readers. Placement of topic sentences. The topic sentence is often, but not always, the paragraph's first sentence. Placing a topic sentence at or near the beginning of the paragraph is a good strategy. If you announce a topic clearly and early on in a paragraph, your readers are likely to grasp your idea and to make the connections that you want them to make. One way to think about a topic sentence is that it presents the broadest view of what you want your readers to understand. You're announcing or bringing into focus the purpose or meaning of the paragraph. If you think of the topic sentence as presenting the broadest view, then you can think of how every supporting detail within the paragraph brings a narrower, more specific view of the same topic. See Figure 7.3, 272, or writing paragraphs and topic sentences. Figure 7.3, topic sentence as an umbrella. Characteristics of good topic sentences. If an instructor or other reader comments that your paragraph lacks unity, you probably need a better topic sentence. Or maybe you don't have one yet. See Table 7.1 for examples of good and not so good topic sentences. In addition to being scholarly, a good topic sentence should meet the following criteria. Signals the topic in more focused ideas within the paragraph. Presents an idea or ideas that are clear and easy to understand. Provides unity to the paragraph. Clarifies how all supporting. Ideas relate. Links to the purpose or thesis of your paper. Omits supporting details. Engages the reader. Writing paragraphs and topic sentences, or 273. Table 7.1. Examples of good and not so good topic sentences. Topic not so good, topic sentence good, topic sentence. Sugar leads to ill health. Sugar is often used as a substitute for fat in many foods. High levels of sugar alter blood viscosity, rendering it thicker, which can lead to hypertension. In this case, the sentence isn't great because while it may speak to the pervasiveness of sugar, it doesn't link the information back to how it serves as an agent of ill health. In this case, the sentence supports the main topic of sugar leading to ill health and hones in on one particular reason why sugar is not good for health. The government should develop public health guidelines about sugar intake. Similarly, this sentence doesn't relate to how sugar leads to any health problems. The paragraph body, supporting your ideas. Whether you draft a paragraph based on a main idea, or whether the idea surfaces in the revision process, once you have the main idea, you need to ensure that you support it. The job of the paragraph body is to develop and support the topic. Here's one way to think about it. Topic sentence. What is the main claim of your paragraph? What is the most important idea that you want your readers to take away from this paragraph? Support in the form of evidence. How can you prove that your claim or idea is true, or important, or noteworthy, or relevant? Support in the form of analysis or evaluation. What discussion? 274, or writing paragraphs and topic sentences. Can you provide that helps your readers see the connection between the evidence and your claim? Transition. How can you help your readers move from the current idea to the next idea? Now that you have a good idea what it means to develop support for the main ideas of your paragraphs, let's explore how to make sure that those supporting details are solid and convincing. Types of support might include reasons, facts, statistics, quotations, and examples. Attribution statement. Content from this page was remixed with our own original content and adapted from. The Word on College Reading and Writing by Carol Burnell, Jamie Wood, Monique Babin, Susan Pesnecker, and Nicole Rosier, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. Download for free at https://openoregon.pressbooks.pub/wrd. Writing paragraphs and topic sentences, or 275. Good versus weak support. What questions will your readers have? What will they need to know? What makes for good supporting details?